city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is April 7th, YC126, and this is the Eve Universe Show! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome. If you are new, settle in, sit down. This is a very special episode. Obviously, it's on a different day than we normally stream, it being Sunday when this is being recorded. But the reason why we're doing this is because we have a very special guest that I've been wanting to talk to on stream for a while, which is Lauralite and Brezia? I should have asked first. Is that correct? Brezia. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay, great. Welcome, Lauralite. You probably don't need any introduction here, but you've spent a lot of time on my streams and a lot of time with the lore community and correcting me in the background. You you spent a lot of oh, hold on. Oh no, they can't hear you.
What? No.
Hi, now they can. Now they can. I do that every time. It's okay.
Hey, at some point, I'm going to mute myself and forget to unmute my own mic, so it's fine.
We're just setting the standard early. Get used to it. This is where we're at. Like the stream. We're professionals here. No, I've really wanted to sit down with you and talk on stream about all of this for about the lore for a couple reasons. One, you are by far one of the more active, knowledgeable, and I would say respected members of kind of the lore actually community.
Are you sure about that? I tend to piss people off.
I mean, not nearly as often as I. Well, I mean, if you're not making enemies, then what are you doing, right? But no. Specifically, though, I did a video a little while back about the Eugales situation, and I have talked about Eugales quite a bit, about being this kind of powder keg that CCP has kind of developed on the side. In the periphery, as we've gone through all of this more like explosive developments like Intaki and the Zarzak stuff. In the background, we've kind of had this growing tension and plot line in Eugales. And as we get closer to Vanguard, I believe that story is going to come into fruition. But while I came into it about midway through, you have literally been there since the beginning, right?
Yeah. YC 119 about 2017 was when I
Right.
first started messing around there.
And I think that's important. You started messing around there, you said, right? Like there wasn't something going on in Eugales. You started doing things in Eugales and making a big fuss about it. And that's how it actually like began, right?
Yeah, so I started messing around in Eugales before I really was in the RP or lore community. I'd kind of floated around it. I'd managed to get laughed out of the Intergalactic Summit in-game chat already. That was an experience. But I kind of stuck to my guns and just kept doing things.
Right, but my point was that like there wasn't. Why did you pick Eugales? I'll ask that.
So it was there. I mean, previously I'd been set up in Brezia with a bunch of friends. I'd moved up there to just kind of get a feel for the game. We moved back to Galente space, and then right at the start of 2017, and it was there, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just start writing, essentially.
Right.
And it started fairly small. I think I still have a Google Doc of the oldest iteration of things in Eugales somewhere, but I can't for the life of me find it right now. But it was like
So
just a very basic colonization overview.
right. And the thing I'm trying to drill in on here is that there was nothing special about Eugales ahead of time.
There
You
was
went
not, no.
there and started doing stuff. And that was kind of the beginning of the plot of Eugales, was you. And the reason
Uh,
why I bring that up is because, like, one of the things that I've talked about, and one of the things I've struggled with a lot as a guy who tries to interpret the lore for, you know, everyone else, um, is this question of canonicity. Because we as players can say and do whatever we want, but there's always this question of like whether or not that makes sense, right? Like, so there's a good example that I have is back in the day when I was doing my research, I built a lot of my understanding about Isogen 5 off of this document that was published about Isogen 5, only to later find out that even though it looked very, very official, I believe it was completely player fabricated. So I don't know what information they use as backing for that, and therefore which pieces of that I can use as actual like conclusive data, you know what I mean, to build something else off of. Meanwhile, like the autopsy for the Drifter autopsy by contrast was a player report that worked with CCP, and therefore the information that was in there is valuable to our understanding of the Drifters, because we know that you know, CCP kind of endorsed it as canon. So there's always this blurring line between what is canonical and what is not. And I will confess that with all of the stuff that you have written, your work has always been the thing that stands on that blurred line the most, in my opinion. Because on the one hand, a lot of the stuff you made up. And on the other hand, CCP has absolutely played off of what you quote unquote made up and now is doing something with it. So one of the things I really want to explore today is what does that mean? You know, and where does the canonicity of, how does one navigate the concept of canonicity in EVE Online in order to build understanding of these mysteries?
that's definitely going to be a fun thing to walk through. Um, I do want to quickly give a shout out to someone who actually wrote about Eugales years before I ever touched it. Elaine
Okay.
Colser. They had an entire post that they just about the system's history back in 2010, like from it being an initial Intaki claim to the present in 2010, that I took some information from later when I did my writing, but he never was actually set up there. He just was expanding on the system's history. But I'm gonna
And
send
it's
that your
really
way.
excellent. Okay. And it's really cool that players kind of get to do this. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's really cool.
Like I've directly referenced the asteroid mining colony for Eugales 7 Moon 9.
Okay. So like, I said that you just kind of quote unquote made it up, but on the other hand, like this shows that like you didn't just make it up whole cloth. Like you were also working with other people's stuff, which is kind of cool too,
Yeah.
right? Okay. That's cool. All right. So
Granted, I found out about this after I'd started writing, but I figured why not work with it?
right, but at some point you've clearly folded it in. So awesome. And so a lot of what you do, the way you publish your stuff is through this rumors, gossips, tabloids thing, right? Which is not
Hmm.
originally yours.
So, rumors, gossip, tabloids is complicated. The, the short
This is why I've
version
never
is
tried to
it's
describe it.
the short version is it's where you post things that you want people to know that you don't want directly attributed to your character, even if it's under your character. Because you're posting a tabloid or news articles under your character name, but it's not your character posting them.
Got it. And so this is a living thread in the player fiction section as opposed to on the IGC, which would be in character, right? So this is
Exactly.
in universe, but not in character.
Hmm.
So that's, I guess, where I would begin. Like, people can say whatever they want to in this. What is there any policing of that information, or is there any like how does CCP interact with this thread, if at all?
I've only seen them nuke something from the thread when it was obviously trying to derail it, and I've only seen that happen once.
When you say nuke, you mean like actively remove
Yes.
certain posts? Okay.
Yes, and it was only because someone was actively trying to derail it, and it only happened once.
Right. Well,
So
so
yeah,
have there
you
been
can. Oh, sorry, I cut you
No, no,
off.
no, 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 go on.
So you can essentially what you write doesn't even necessarily have to be true.
Right.
You can be writing something from like a gossip tabloid. You could be writing something like complete and utter speculation in this, and it doesn't have to be true. You just need to be having fun with it.
Right. And that is a big thing that I like to drive home about the canonicity. When we say like everything that happens or in game is truly happening in universe, like is canon. One of the big keys about that is that yeah, your character, like you could say anything you want. You can call yourself an Amarian holder. You could just go around and tell everybody that it's just a video game. And yeah, that's canon. The fact that you are a holder and the fact that it is all just a video game, that is not canon. The fact that there is a capsuleer running around making this claim, that part is canonical, right? So in the same sort of way, things that are here are just tabloids. So, they might be true, they might not be true.
It's kind of evolved a bit over time.
Mhm.
So I usually post like news roundup things. Sometimes I'll post funny lowbrow tabloid things, but it's now kind of just an all-encompassing. If you've got news, whether it's true or not, you can dump it here.
Right. And one of the last things was actually you attacking the new Avoikin structure. Not you, some unknown Orca pilot. You just reported on it.
0568 Salvor Exigent. There's a funny story there, but we can get into that later.
Yeah. Either way, the point is that a lot of the information comes out here, but it is true that CCP has kind of built off of this stuff as well. So let's go ahead and start from the very beginning with your YC119, which is 2017, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's 2017.
Yep, going all the way back to 2017, we have Eugales Harbor Complex opens posted by Sterling Blades. Is that you?
That was my first Eve character.
Okay.
Yeah, that was that's the first post. Well, it's the first post that I have access to. I think the old forum got nuked.
Fair enough. Well, we'll start the story there. Either way, unless you have other things to add. But we are actually outside of right now. We are floating above Ugali 6, which is kind of a big piece of all of this. So you start. What is it? What actually happened here? You launched an Athanor?
This was prior to
Fortizar.
this was a the first thing here was a Raitaru, the Vertipitz orbital way station. Very obvious reference there. But
Vertipitz. Okay.
Yeah, that for those not in the loop, the United Neopian Federation started as something of a joke name, and it kind of just stuck.
It's a good reference.
Yeah, it started as a Neopets reference, and then we kind of just ran with it.
You got to have a naming convention. That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So, and then you had a Fortizar and you had the Raichu, right?
Mm-hmm. And then had some basic, just some basic parameters. Don't shoot each other on the grid with each other, kind of deal, and that sort of thing.
Okay. And then you put down, what is it? Further update to the progress of the harbor complex. What is this? Orbital way station has been properly remodeled in a manufacturing center.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this was originally the way station was the first structure there. So it had like a clone bay, it had a reprocessing center, all of that. Things that you probably wouldn't think to put on a Raitaru. And
Sure.
this was also before refineries were released. Refineries were released later in 2017.
Right. Okay. And then that's what you say here. An update to the progress of the harbor complex, a composite reaction center, Athenor, with enhanced composite efficiency has been added to the primary grid alongside the way station bazaar. So here on January of 2018, you are updating with the Athenor.
Yes.
Okay. And as of right now, all of the structures are still alive. Okay, so you dropped the Athenor. Yeah. Wait, what is this? First ruins discovered after anomalies on Eugales 5, Moon 5, investigated and mapped during a moon extraction separation. Moon 1. What I don't know what
Sorry.
I said, but...
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Correct me if I say something wrong. Where is it? Where'd it go? Right here. So this is before the Athenor was dropped.
Yeah,
right?
Before the one that was put down on 5-1.
Okay. So in this report on the Intergalactic Summit, you found strange stuff on the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you just decide this is your plot at this point. This is 100%.
Yeah, this is just me throwing things at the wall, having fun with it.
Very cool. Okay, great. And we got Makoto responding to it and other people, So, okay, so you did a scan of the moon and you found some anomalous stuff, but you don't really know anything about it yet.
Yeah.
Now, did something inspire you to go with this particular storyline? Because I know that there has been other like archaeologically related news articles, but I think that most of those came out after this. Was there other things that went on that made you do that, or did you just want something special about the moon?
I kind of just wanted something special about the moon, being
You're a
very
trendsetter.
honest about it. I mean, I had spoken with Ioannis Sephiros of Sapphire Interstellar, who's mentioned in that thread, about some ideas that we could run with. Ioannis is something of a controversial figure for the time that he was active.
There's plenty of those running around.
Right. But it kind of just... I'm sorry, I got distracted by the chat. No PM. Sorry.
No, you're good.
But I kind of just took it and ran with it, and the rest is kind of history. I was always kind of interested in some of the precursor stuff, but not the precursor stuff most people think about.
Right.
Like,
which
I
kind of
always
leads
liked
to the next...
the Yanjung.
Right. So you jumped in at so as of December 2017, you jump in and you suggest speculatively that the artifacts appear to be of Yanyong origin.
Yes.
Right. And Yanyong are basically like the Galente's ancient race. So that tracks.
One of them, technically. It's complicated. It's always complicated.
I like to think about it like, so there's the 4 ancient races, the Takmal, the Sleepers, the Jovians, right? No. Takmal, Talakan, Sleepers, and Yanyong. And that each of the 4 empires have one of those. And so the Yanyong were the ones that like settled in Galente space.
Or at least where the Galente eventually rose to power, yeah.
Right, what is now Galente space, correct. But chances are Yanyong had a very, like, one of the largest empires back in the day. It would seem.
Yeah.
And also Yanyong showed up in Echoes, at least a little tiny bit.
Yeah, and then Echoes went off the rails.
True, but I'm just saying, like, I I don't know. My point is that this is like the extent of the use of Yan Yung in the lore. Is like, yeah, they were masters of gravitonic field theory and shields, right? And like that's it. That's all we know
Force
about them.
fields, gravitonic field theory. There's some implication regarding gravitonic field theory for advanced transport tech. I kind of play into that a bit, but we
And
don't know.
I've long speculated that, like, in the ancient times, there was a war between the Yan Yung and the Talican.
I'm not entirely sure on that. It's plausible,
It's
but
plausible. Yeah. And again, I build this off of the leaked information from Echoes under the theory that at least the data that it was built off of was good, and there was some bigger, like the stronger connections were drawn there. It's not like it contradicted anything that was said in Eve Online on this side, but nothing's quite as explicit. The one thing that is there is the idea that, like, the Inheritance Chronicles and the description about, like, the defenses on the use of the portals requiring a physical body suggested that they were defending against somebody.
yeah. Now that always I found that always did find that interesting,
Mm-hmm.
especially in the context that CCPs tried to write, but also didn't, that AI is inherently dangerous. But this is getting into some. So to quote my friend Thad, of course he's not safe. He's a lion, but he is good. You know, full of C.S.
Yeah.
Lewis quote there.
Right. And like I said, the Echo stuff talk about an AI war, and the there's the origin of the other. There's a whole bunch of stuff there, and that's like that's peak tinfoil if you want to go check out some of my previous videos where I speculate on that. But the point is that the Yan Yung of the four empires are one of the truly ancient ones. Like, of the four ancient empires, are one of the truly ancient ones, and theoretically one of the more powerful of the four truly ancient ones. I've long speculated that, like, the ancients that worked with Isogen 5, as we know it, were also the Yan Yung, especially since I think the Yan Yung were more on the AI side of things, and the Heron facilities use artificial intelligence and take over drones in order to facilitate the collection of Isogen 5.
I have some theories about the Spire, but we're not going to get into that.
All right, so let's jump back into where we were at. So needless to say, you have opened up a can of worms on this. And again, at this point, there's no, like, there's nothing to bite onto. You are saying this because you effectively want it to be Yan Yung, right? Like, you're
Yeah,
making this happen. This is your
this is
story.
me just jump. Someone asked the question. I was like, you know what? I like this particular ancient group. I'm going to run with it, even
Right.
though it's outside the usual areas people would expect to find Yan Yung stuff.
And the other interesting thing about this is that, like I've said before, or like I said earlier, like, you can say this because you are canonically making this claim, right?
Mhm.
You're not like trying to be a DM and be like, I found this artifact and it's labeled, I'm from, made by Yan Yung on the bottom. You're not doing anything like that. It's, you are making a claim based on your presentation that's being made to the Intergalactic Summit. At this point, you could be outed as a fraud, as the way these
Exactly.
sort of stories go. Got it.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
spoiler, that isn't how this goes. So, composite reaction center, Athenor added to Eugales Harbor context. Is there any important news there in January?
The Composite Reaction Center also acted as something of a terraforming prototyping location for just, you know, we already have massive hyper refining capabilities. Why don't we co-opt it to test various like atmospheric processing techniques while we're getting set up? So that was where things started to really pick up steam in the background for colonizing Eugales 6.
Got it. Eugales 6 is a storm planet, right?
Yes.
Which is The Trig love them.
Oh yeah, we found that out later.
Well, if you're right. 2018, we didn't know that yet.
Yeah,
That's
that was
true.
still a little too early.
Okay. So then independent Kepler skirmishes, and then updated information released for Reliquary Project, including use of cataloged virtual intelligence cataloger programs. In reality, a number of Warmind Glitter Edifice and Warmind Rose Eagles tertiary subroutines, and Class 3 Civic Mind Rifle with challenges to expedite organization and data collection of findings. Mentioned intact ancient power systems operating at minimal capacity, and a number of intact data matrices, publicly declaring no attempts to access the matrices. Behind the scenes, rife with challenges under direction of the Warminds and Lauralite, have had begun accessing the matrices. Additional smaller ruins extracted. So this
I
is
tried to do a
when
mass
things
summary.
happened. What?
I tried to do a mass summary for that one.
So this is when it really, like, this is when it kicks into gear, right? Should we
Yeah.
say?
Yeah.
And so the big plot twist here is artificial intelligence. Now, are you deploying the artificial intelligence?
In this case, this was the UNF's use of AI was kind of baked in very early.
Uh-huh.
And kind of hid it behind, well, obviously the use of it just advanced VI, right? But yeah, I started playing around with using AI very early on. I still had very little idea of the lore, but
Right.
hey, I'd run into this site where it's literally a drone shipyard that would repair people before this. Well, or at least what that was the lore description for it in game.
Right.
And the NPC drones wouldn't engage unless you shot them. So it's like, okay, so rogue drones aren't just homicidal maniacs. They actually can do stuff. So I kind of took that and ran to the bank.
Cool. Okay, great. So, and this is where things really get rolling for realsies.
Yeah.
And so you mentioned intact ancient power systems operating in middle. So you found a bunch of data.
Yes.
Okay. So data from access matrices collated by Warmind Glitter Edifice, numerous designs for hyperspatial infrastructure, datasets on advanced hypertheory, and more begin being organized and run through accelerated simul training. Project Tidebreak first conceptualized. And then
yeah, this goes back very far. I still had no idea what I was doing. This eventually almost got canned because no one else seemed interested in messing with it, but I kept puttering away at it in the background.
Right. So when is the first post by CCP about all this?
Where? That's a good question. I forget. That's NPC. That's NPC players. I'm fairly sure it's the first one's in like YC1. It's somewhere in YC 120, maybe 121.
Uh-oh. Well, we got to find it.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we'll find it as we go.
Yeah.
Fair enough. We'll keep going then. So Warp Factor 0 Raituru, administered by Mark Magraw, destroyed by UNF associated capsulators and others, wreckage salvage and passed to Warminds for processing. Originally planned public access to Reliquary Project delayed after mainframe breach attempted by unknown party, breach thwarted by Warmind Glitter Edifice. and civic mind rife with challenge. Culprit suspected to be Concord, Derail, or Serpentis Victor. So something has to have been reported by now because
So that's a bit of a retroactive ad. That that one
Okay.
I retroactively added that it might have been Concord Derail. At the time, we thought we were playing around the idea that Serpentis were trying to screw with things
Got it. Okay.
because Serpentis are the local pirates.
Right. So
I don't even think that we knew what Derail was in setting yet.
right, that's what I was saying. Like if you're saying the word derail, I mean like derail really originally came out in context of Eugales. So
Yeah, it still bugs me a little bit.
significant skirmishing between UNF and associated Capsular forces, Crime.net, the Block, Tempest Calcif, and other Caldari militia-related entities began assault of Neopian Bazaar, Fortizar. So basically, you come under attack in March of 2018.
Yep,
Right?
and this one's a bit of a rough spot time-wise. So the short version is CrimeNet tried to say, hey, build us free carriers or we will hunt you out of the game. Like, full stop, said that. I reported it to CCP. Nothing ever came of that. Like, literally tell someone you're going to try to forcibly remove them permanently from the game. That seems a bit like harassment. But,
Right.
It is what it is. I'm still around. I'm not dead.
Yeah, they can threaten
But
all they want, right?
it was still a very rough time.
That's fair. And it does suck, for sure. Even if you make it through it, like it's
They
a lot of it's a very
originally were part of Amar militia, then rolled over into Cal Mills so that they could get the free support of the block and the rest of Cal Mill.
right.
After I'd already made agreements with Cal Mill to just be like, hey, I'm doing my thing. I'm not gonna get in y'all's way. Do your thing. Just like turned around the next day. It's like, well, they have shit we need. Fuck you. Pardon my language.
It's okay. So yeah, it looks like that's 2000. That's 123. I think it's a lot later before CCP really jumps in on this.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah. Okay. So there's the conflict between you and these guys, and that kind of makes most of this news. You go into where is it? You say lockdown. Yeah,
Yeah.
full lockdown of Reliquary Project instituted as ejection procedures enacted by President. So basically, they blow up all your stuff, right?
Most of it. Eventually they managed to get everything but the Fortizar, but not anything necessarily critical.
Okay. And then July, you announce the official Arcology and Terraforming Initiative of Eugales 6.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh god, that feels like it doesn't feel that long ago, but holy crap.
Time flies, man. So, is Crixlox Gendari yours, or is this somebody you're working with, or
This was someone who was in core at the time.
okay?
Not gonna get into their personal life, but they had to step away from Eve for assorted reasons.
Okay.
And then just kind of shifted around and worked from there.
All right. So they came in and tried to help provide security since you were getting picked on, basically, right? Is that
They were more Crix was more doing stuff focused around planetary side things, not
okay?
in space.
Got it. Got it. Got it. Yeah, planetary security officer. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay. So you said that you didn't have a lot of people that were keyed in on it, but by this point you had at least him, right? that you're like, were you coordinating with them about stuff or?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. And then the Arcology Center nears completion. Other arcologies and colonial terraforming center constructions delayed by increased planetary storm activity. And then the initial structure completed in civilian habitation of Neopian National. So you have colonized Eugales 6 in a in a method that would later be copied almost directly by the Triglavians. They even use the same word, like they call it an arcology. So interesting.
So arcologies are there's very different types. There are several different subtypes of arcologies. But the very basic idea is a self-sufficient architectural ecology.
Right.
Most of the time it gets taken to the extreme in what's called an arcology mega tower. Like hive spires and crap.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me look something up real quick. Can I find the Othanoon video? Shoot.
Do we know if it was an arcology or just a forward base that was on Othenen?
It's an arcology.
Okay.
I can't find it right now. Who was it? What was it? What was the name of the Caldari news guy? Sharky. I can't remember. Can't spell
Akimaki
Othanoon.
Saraki.
No. The player.
Oh,
the guy
player.
who reported on the Othanoon situation really well.
Oh, Sayer. That'd be Thaddeus Farran.
Well, no, it's Riley Sharkey, but like his news organization was something funny. Oh no, Scope or not Scope. Arataka did a video about it real quick too.
Oh, they did. Huh.
See.
Ah, yeah, good old Ovig Drust. There's a name. That's a bit further into the timeline, but yeah, Drust is. There's a running joke about Drust being a jilted client.
So this is the video from Eating Calm recovered about from the this is an Eating Calm probe recovered from Othanoon. And here, that is the Triglavian arcology. I'm pretty sure they call it that by name. Either way. So back to your story. So on Eugales 6, you got one of these things set up. So, a number of salvage right claims are lodged in the Pegular. Okay, so this is rumors, Discord, more rumors and tabloids, right?
Yes.
So what exactly is going on at this point?
So I was kind of just casting a wide net on things to do to keep myself busy for a while.
Right.
In the Placid Highsec Island, there are several ruined stations and beacons with several stations on them throughout. There's one that is within literally 50 kilometers of the Eugales Gate in Archavoynet. It's a ruined Minmatar military station. Essentially, Laura and the UNF are running around throwing salvage rights claims at anything they can get their hands on.
Right. Okay.
Just to establish footholds in further places to dig in and just keep doing things.
Right. And then you're giving just more updates from the planet.
Mm-hmm.
What is this, Echo?
There. Excuse me. Ah.
Oh, an Echo-class corvette carrying Serpentis and Angel Cartel clone soldiers enters Eugales 6 atmosphere and begins deploying after a system exploit is used to disable a small section of defensive batteries. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
this was one
this
of the
leads to
first.
Ezekiel Link. Excellent. My
Yeah,
favorite.
yeah. There's a Ezekiel Lake there.
Militants.
Yep. So Ariana Balmora is one of my alts. I
Okay.
kind of just did this to have some fun with things. Kind of, and things kind of just went from there. And
So
this is
then,
kind of where I ran into the Bacina Accords, not for the first time, but first time we actually did anything together.
who?
The Bocina Accords.
Oh, Bacina Accords. You want to tell people about them?
Oh boy, where do I start? Oh, the Bocina Accords are a group of uh they're a group of war clones after the Dust 514 shut down that decided to, instead of just going back to working for the Empires or getting turbo shreked by Concord, formed a trade congress and standards organization, essentially, to kind of regulate independent war clones that also didn't get turbo shreked. They've had mixed success at
Right.
this over the years.
They're basically, to put it bluntly, they're an RP or group that's focused on kind of continuing the war clone story
Yes.
predominantly. Okay. So
They
you got
eventually, oh, sorry.
no, go on.
They eventually started to encompass more than just what we thought of war clones at the time. So everyone, whenever the word war clone comes up, they think clone soldier, right? The
Right.
dust mercs. But
Mhm.
clone soldier currently covers cloned fighter pilots as well, Valkyries.
Right.
And it's implied to cover other non-capsuleer pseudo-immortals.
Right. Yeah, because like cloning is also just a thing that people with enough money do,
Yeah.
Celis Agard is not a capsuleer pilot, but she does have a backup clone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, she isn't a war clone, though.
Correct. That's true.
But you could make the argument that a backed up baseline crewman could qualify as that.
Right. That's fair. Yeah. And of course, war clones have come heavily into the limelight with this whole Creodone, or not Creodone, Chemeltech and Upwell and yada yada going
So,
on. So
I have my opinions on that. I think that there's things that can be used for war clone stuff there. I don't think it's for war clone stuff.
interesting. I do agree that it is more than just Valkyrie setup, or very likely. Maybe we'll touch
Vanguard.
on that after. So, yes, Vanguard. Thank you. Too many V words. All right. But jumping back into the timeline, we're still basically in the realm of like players dealing with players.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that you rebuilt after the attacks.
Yeah, to a point.
Okay.
We did sell the Fortizar at some point just because didn't we got burnt out after getting slammed in the face by 100-man fleets constantly. So
It
I was
is
like,
tiring.
screw it. So but we sold that off in January, February, March. In July. It was quietly sold off in July. We eventually did get it back, but it's complicated. We did start to build up more in Arc of Voynant nearby.
Right. We see that by September of 2019, security and shipping franchises in neighboring Arc of Voynant announced to be up for grabs. They're starting to work on that. And then in October, UNF affiliated forces led by PRA TAC N hijack Azoria's Vedmak cruiser in an emerging conduit in Arcavoinen and breach the interior with clone soldier boarding teams. Brief fighting ensues, but Vedmak crew is secured without loss of life or crew or boundaries. So what can you tell us about the Triglavian anatomy? No.
Look, we could get into that, but I don't think you want to. Joking aside, that was still very early on in the emergent conduit days.
Mhm.
No one wanted to do anything with Trigs because they were scared of getting it wrong. And I kind of was just like, hey, guys, want to go and do something stupid? To be fair, this was actually mostly Mahaz K. Vasihigara's idea. But
Is that
I was...
Is that Clea Arana?
Yes. Yeah, that
Okay.
is one of his characters.
Got it. Yeah. Okay. So you guys capture Triglavian Vedmak.
Yeah. This was obviously inspired by the drifter boarding operation from a few years before this, that members of ARC participated in. Or what?
Right.
No, was it ARC? Was it Erect Jalan still? I don't know.
Wait, which one are you talking about? The Drifter Autopsy?
No, the actual drifter boarding operation.
I don't remember that one.
One moment. Let me see if I can't find it. Ah.
They did a pretty good job here trying to replicate the Triglavians' methodology of speech.
So that is entirely the doing of Thuri Octus Margo, a lovely person.
Mm-hmm.
At the time, I would call her one of the most well-versed people in the Triglavian writing style, and also...
Isn't she the person that can literally read Triglavian font?
She was one of them.
Yeah. I've talked. She's awesome.
There were a couple of people that could read Trig font, so you might not have talked to her specifically.
I'm going to pretend like it is and put all positive comments. No, I don't remember exactly who, but no, there's some incredibly intelligent people working on the Triglavian mystery, especially in the early days. Okay, so, but my question is that has anything said here ever been referenced or canonized or acknowledged by CCP in any way?
No.
Okay.
So, but they never said it didn't happen either. And
Correct.
they have actively said things don't happen before.
Okay.
It's only happened once or twice. But a big one was when someone started trying to mess with Kayanoke.
Oh, yeah.
And CCP turned around and just was like,
yeah, no, that didn't happen.
No, the response was a hard shoot down in that all Kayanoke antidotes were still effective on all known strains.
I think I remember
it
that.
Acknowledged the person was doing things, but was a very clear, yeah, you're not doing that.
Interesting.
Another one would probably be, do you know McCall Vector?
Not by name.
He tried to claim that they bombarded a planet barren of life in the Minmatar war zone using an Astrus in orbit.
Okay.
CCP acknowledged that he tried, but said that, yeah, no, at worst you made the planetary auroras much more vivid.
Oh, I do remember that. Yeah, so like okay. That's interesting. So but CCP doesn't actually like ever step in and be like, yeah, no, like in like a meta way.
Yeah, but they usually are very direct when they're like, "Hey, this person tried to do a thing, it didn't work." If
Right.
if that's the case.
Right. In contrast of like, I remember Dutch Gunner did his bombing runs and stuff, and they did seem to acknowledge that it might have done something. It's interesting.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
okay. So transstellar shipping and material acquisitions downscale footprint in Pegular district. Is this a no, this is more gossip and tabloids.
Yes, I was kind of just rolling around throwing things at it, and it was I never tried whenever I try to write something like this, I never try to say it's larger than a constellation area
Hmm.
necessarily. And I never try to directly speak for an NPC entity.
Yeah, that's probably a good way to get in trouble.
It's like, hey, I've seen less of the NPC mining fleets in the area. I'm gonna write something about it. Was
Right.
what drew this essentially.
And that actually brings me an interesting point, just to take a step back, because all of this stuff happening in Eugales, do you know of anything that like has quote unquote happened in Eugales at all at any point during this whole thing? Has there been any live events or whatnot with like CCP actors or anything like that or change in what's in space in any way, shape, or form during this course of time? Or has it been in space largely
The
just
only
players?
time I've seen anything was during the compliance conflicts when the Trigs showed up in space.
Hmm. Okay. So yeah, it really does feel like CCP has definitely brought up and continues to bring up Eugales, as we'll find eventually. But like it's interesting that while they continue to reference stuff in Eugales, they have never done anything actually in Eugales. They don't. They seem to want, in my opinion, they want us to be able to look back once this is all done and be able to be like, oh, there's this whole plot that's borne out over the course of 5 years, but they're not like making it into that. It's just festering in the background now. They don't want us to like make a big deal about it yet because they want it to be something that explodes out of nowhere, I think.
Maybe, maybe.
Speaking of exploding out of nowhere, you were assassinated, or an assassination attempt, in December of
It
2019.
failed.
Yes, an attempted assassination. How'd that go?
Um, Laura was pissed.
Was
Like,
this
Laura is
Serpentis?
not a good person,
Hmm.
but the people that work for her, she makes a point to take care of. Um, oh boy. That storyline eventually just tapered off into nothing. But it was something fun to play around with during a lull and things.
Right. Now, you do have the note here, though, that significant easement of unshackled AI restrictions made by order of Lauralite in an attempt to trace fourth perpetrator. So this is an event that kind of leads to you exercising more of the restricted AI, which eventually Derail will key in on.
Yeah. This is where okay. Unshackled AI were already being used, but they were restricted on what they could do necessarily. Um,
And so you're getting the word unshackled AI. Is this like post Pochfin? Is this
so
what?
unshackled AI is a concept that's existed for a while in
Mhm.
sci-fi.
Well, true.
That's I I think the first time that I actually used it was post Pochvin, but at least in a direct forward facing like post or anything.
Right. Okay. And the reason why I ask this is because like there is the unshackled overmind, and there seems to be ties between the word unshackled when it comes to the road drones and connections to the other. So I was wondering whether or not you were using it as like the proper terminology of like the unshackled overmind, or just the idea of an unshackled AI. So
Just
this
the
is still,
idea of
yeah,
unshackled AI.
which is again highly illegal in New Eden because of well, the Orpheus project and what happened with road drones.
Yeah.
Okay, so hard freeze on all new residency applications to arcology and other colonial projects, and system begins. What? So this is right after the assassination attempt, right?
Yes.
So is this supposed to be in relation to that?
Yeah, that was
Oh, because of the
in direct
investigations.
relation with it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So now that leads us to. Oh, now you're getting into war clone pilot training in the new year. So by 2020, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the beginning of 2020, January 2nd, UNF begins actively recruiting candidates for war clone pilot training in Eugales. Questions begin to arise as more individuals sign working contracts with House, Brezia, and the arcology, and a number of individuals briefly disappear before reappearing some days later, different but still themselves. Nice. Many quickly reminded that they were made to read and understand what they were agreeing to before they signed on.
Yeah, this is getting into some concepts of Neopian morality that are very not the cluster norm. You sign something, you have to understand what you're signing, but once you sign it, that's it.
Yeah, you don't have to remember why you signed it. Okay. Shipping and astromining franchises in for Archivant, both being acquired by Wolf Brothers Inc. System of interest claimed by Eugales fully notarized. Who's Wolf Brothers Inc.?
Wolf Brothers Inc. is the corporation that I currently am the CEO of, and I was using the corporation as the point to grab some of the system franchises that were up for grabs. Technically, security and shipping is a single franchise, but in other systems in Galente space, it can be split between more than one entity. Like Intaki is an example. Ishikone, for the longest time, had the shipping side of the franchise, while Mordu's had the security side.
Right. For the longest time. That
For the
changed.
longest time, yeah. That changed very quickly.
Okay, so what is Salvo Project Beta Site?
Oh, Project Salvo. It kind of was just a blanket for all of the shady shit that UNF and the War Minds were getting up to. But Beta Site was for a very long time where Glitter Edifice, Rose Eagle, and Silver Smiles blue boxes were based at. They're actual AI cores.
So in the story, those three titles are the name of your AIs?
3 of them. Silver
Got it.
Smile is dead at this point.
Spoilers! No.
Sorry. We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
That's fair. But okay, so those proper names, they're not projects. Those are actual like AI entities.
Yes.
Okay.
They're not AI that UNF created. It is worth mentioning.
Okay. Well, let's keep going. Thury begins official residency at the arcology. Rumors surround sudden behavioral shifts and majority disappearance from public. Okay, Ishikone, Rada, and United Neopian Federation downgrade standings to neutral after several clashes in Ugali. So you had positive standings with IRED, and then you fought him for a little bit, and then
there
neutralized.
was I am going to avoid speaking negatively about IRED generally.
Oh, don't worry, I'll say all the
say-
negative things for you.
Suffice it to say, there was an extended period where diplomacy was functionally impossible because their main Diplo person stepped down, a quote unquote new Diplo person that was kind of just a dummy alt was put in place, and there was issues with mails I sent never being responded to or even acknowledged as having existed, even out of character.
Neat.
So things came to a head after some people had screwed up overviews.
That never happens in faction warfare.
Yeah.
Okay, so by the end of January, significant orbital development resumed near Eugales 6. What does that? That means deployment of structures?
So this is where you start getting into the actual orbital project.
What is an orbital what is the orbital project?
So this is where things like the so the harbor complex was just upwell structures.
Right.
You know, sort of permanent, but actually not really, because upwell are kind of scummy bastards. Pop-up infrastructure.
Right.
The well, oh god, my scroll wheel reset. Damn it. I lost my place.
We're at 122, 126.
122, 126. Okay. Okay, yeah, so this is where you start to see the first inkling of what would become the orbital yard popping up. The orbital yard eventually transforming into the ring project.
Okay.
So
All right.
big, properly permanent orbital infrastructure project, not just, oh, hey, I've got upwell structures, throw at the wall.
Right. You want a landmark.
Yes, though
Nice.
I never actually expected that would ever become a thing. It
Right.
did,
Yeah.
but,
All
but
right.
the idea was there.
Sure. All right. Unofficial Kendu League established at Masarin Gazar Ecology by civilian community. What is a Kendu League?
Okay, Kindu. Now we have to go into some Intaki stuff.
Okay.
One moment, I have to pull this up. So Kentucky Liberation Front. And Kindu, though, is functionally a Intaki sport that has existed for a very long time. It's Kindu Kanarma, and I am passing you the link for that right now. You essentially have fudge. You have multiple teams trying to score points, and it's kind of football, kind of soccer, but not.
Oh, okay.
So
Is this hold on? So is this made up by Intaki Liberation Front, or is there?
yeah, no, they made this.
Okay. Crazy.
Like
you guys are nuts.
ILF. Major props to them for even considering working with me at various times. But Batav, Richard Masseri, and all of them, they're awesome.
Oh, look, there's Richard in the chat right now. Yeah, no. I will say that every time I've interacted with the ILF, they are really great dudes. And I've either had positive or, well, that's fair, interactions with them. They locked us out while we were fighting for Intaki, but that's fair. I can't hold it against them. Federal observers in Eugales report large capsular engagements between PNS, Valor Accords, and United Neopian Federation. So, Valor Accords is, of course, is Galmil, especially back then. I read being very pro Caldari, and PNS being
So Phoenix Naval System is Caldari mercenaries, largely associated with CBD Corps, but they are. The short version is they tend to be very flexible in what they'll do.
the closest affiliation I've seen from them is Edencom. But at
So
the same
they did
time, a
work
lot of them are very
significantly.
bitter about Edencom now. So, but
So I actually I'm on generally really good terms with PNS. Most of their members are decent people to talk to. Our peers are usually really fun. But excuse me.
okay.
But they at the time I was not a happy camper.
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on at the time. I just knew that they'd reinforced the new Athenor at the time.
Your Athenor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So this was
PNS
a
did?
fight over. This was a fight over the armor timer.
PNS attacked it. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And then, so Valor Accords was on your side?
Yeah. It was complicated.
Speaking of complicated, would you say that you're pro Galente, pro Caldari, or
It's
somewhere in between?
complicated.
Yeah.
It's complicated. I at the time of the first, what I call the Eugales conflict, the one that had CrimeNet, the block, and all of that, I had swung a bit more pro Galente
Mm-hmm.
because they weren't the ones shooting at me.
That's fair.
Then it kind of swung back the other way when
So you like whoever's not shooting at you.
on comes after the armor timer. The Laura Accords kind of blamed us for everything going to shit, even though they were the ones that were drinking in fleet.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It, from what I understand, most of the players that were part of that fleet are no longer part of Valor Accords. Well, Valor Accords is kind of defunct now anyway, but
True.
no longer with the group that moved on at later.
Mm-hmm.
But it was less than ideal.
2020 was not. I'll be straight up. 2020 was not the apex of Valor Accords' majesty. That's kind of this is their declining years at that point. They were really big in like the mid 2010s.
And yeah, the
So.
Valor Accords has some people that are actually really, really chill, really cool.
Yes.
But they also had some people that just weren't.
I mean, and you get that in a lot of large groups, especially a Galente, like a faction warfare group, especially one that is like as long in the tooth as they were. And like I said, like a lot of faction warfare groups got into like nullsec back in 2017, and that kind of shifted everybody's kind of mentality back then. Either way, that's a whole nother story, but we'll just move on. Terraforming efforts reportedly to finally begin showing signs of progress. This is just you moving on with the story, right? This is 2 months after that conflict.
Yeah.
Okay. And then significant material processing and infrastructure advancements quietly made across system with the assistance of multiple unshackled AI in various classifications. Significant birth rate spike in most UNF administered facilities. So, would it be safe to say that, like, after having to deal with so much bullshit with the stuff in space, that like a lot of your story is, or an increasing amount of your story is non-assailable planetary stuff?
I wouldn't say non-assailable, but things that you couldn't just throw X number of ships at and say fuck you.
Right, and just blow it up. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, your story doesn't depend on a upwell structure not coming under attack.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I did place a Osterhus in orbit for a while.
Is that this one in December? Additional constructions?
I think so.
Looks likely.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. So I put it there as something that people could, if they wanted to punch at it and slow things down. Okay, it was a
Right.
Raitaru. It was a Raitaru.
Okay.
It was a Raitaru.
So basically, you said, like, okay, well, I'm going to, like, here's a way to interact with my story, but that isn't 100% disruptive, but is still like something to interact with and shoot at or mess up. Okay.
It was a case of, hey, if this lives for arbitrarily, I said 3 months, then I decouple it from things and the rest is gravy.
Cool. Okay. So 3 months would be down here. So additional material buy orders. FIO affiliated auxiliaries begin monitoring Eugales development projects in UNF. Okay, so this is
someone you may be familiar with, Clementine Lafleur.
I have heard that name.
But I also created a character called Edgerunner Jericho to kind of just act as this shady, kind of operating outside the wire of everyone's things, but largely associated with the Black Eagles character.
Okay.
Just to have fun with the idea around it, right? And it seemed to actually gain some traction and people had fun with it.
Okay, so this is still before CCP has gotten their fingers into things. You're just saying, like, this is your first time, I think, getting, like, reaction in on it, like, from the NPCs. That you said yourself that you don't put words in an NPC's mouth, but this is like you're saying that the NPCs are doing this thing.
Yeah.
Right. And I guess
or at least some section of the NPC is doing this, but it may not even necessarily be a wholly sanctioned operation.
And this is important because although you made this claim, at this point we're starting to get into that gray area where CCP has literally kind of confirmed that this happened, right?
Oh God. The Black Eagles took a keen interest later.
Right, but they seem to suggest that they were already monitoring the situation. So, like, CCP basically made a post that was like, yeah, that's been happening.
Yeah.
And in fact, it's called Derail.
So they asked Derail for assistance later.
Right. So, but that's my point, is that CCP didn't say FIO's investigating. You said FIO's investigating, and then CCP said FIO asks Derail to come in to help on their investigation, which basically means CCP said, yeah, that thing that Lauralite said, that's real.
Yeah, that's been going on. That was kind of one of my oh shit moments.
Right. So this is like the very first thing that we can say, like, this is where
the line really
we've officially crossed the line to canonical, right? At least on some level.
It's where it started to really get awkward.
Okay. Placid Gallivant, moderately popular Galnet Travel Journal reports on the continuing massive constructions in Eugales. Wellspring Source, a Wyvern-class supercarrier acquired by Lauralite, manages to make final jump to Eugales after being crippled by an ambush in another system, and is towed to the orbital yard for extended and extensive refit and rebuild.
So this is an embarrassing story, actually. So
Thanks,
this is how I
Laszlo.
lost. Oh, this is how I lost my my first super carrier.
Okay.
There is a kill mail and everything, and instead of just being like, well, shit, I decided to make a story out of it.
Right.
I had jump drive calibration 4.
Oh no.
I had but I'd planned my route for JDC 5.
Right. I can already see where this is going.
I got stuck in where the fuck was it?
What was this? What was this?
Biscuits and gravy.
2021.
Do I have it saved somewhere?
I'm trying to pull it up.
I'm actually surprised I didn't directly link it to in the thread.
I'm kind of surprised too. Found it. That's unfit.
I took off all the expensive things while moving it because I knew there was a non-zero chance I would fuck up.
Okay. There's not a lot of cap rechargers on this thing either, I gotta say.
Yeah, it was,
I do appreciate that the #1 damage dealer is Mordu's Special Warfare Unit Commander, who apparently works for the Serpentis Corporation. What?
Wait, no, what's this one? That's a Chimera. That's not
that's
the
not it.
Wyvern.
Oh yeah, you're right.
That was me
you're
being
right.
no, that was just me being dumb. That one was
Got it.
entirely me being dumb.
Got it.
No,
You're
that's
right.
the Chimera. That's not the Wyvern.
You're right. I have to keep going back apparently.
I have a lot of dumb losses.
Is this it? No, that's a Phoenix.
Yeah, where the flying?
I don't wait, hold
That's
on.
a Phoenix. This was
February 22nd. So it would be should be down here. Did I miss it? No. Yes, there it is. Found it.
Oh, we just went right past it.
Okay. Okay, this looks a lot better as far as travel fits go.
Yeah, I was
This is
just
definitely
trying
more
to run
defensible.
with it. I had pulled everything off and just kind of went with it. But yeah. Eugales is a faction warfare system, Peon, though.
Yeah, Eugales is a faction warfare system, yeah. Okay, so but this didn't die in Eugales.
It did not. This died in about two jumps off in Aletier.
But you retconned it to say that it made it?
So the thing with ship destruction in gameplay is that it doesn't always actually end with a giant wreck. That is a gameplay abstraction of a ship being rendered combat ineffective.
Okay.
Now, often that can be, oh yeah, no, it's just a giant ball of slag now. But there was few enough ships that I was like, you know what? I'm gonna play with this a bit. It's still completely out of play, but I want to make a nice story out of this.
So you didn't replace the waiver and said like this is actually the original. You just basically said like you have recovered its wreck effectively.
Essentially, yes.
Okay, that's fair. Like even in Templar 1, they refer to Mordu as using a dreadnought that he salvaged from a real player engagement from back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
That was
so
inspired by that, admittedly.
yeah, okay, fair enough. All right, so Orbital Yard Development Ring Project officially announced. Arcology Security and other UNF affiliated entities to make contract purchases for additional security contractors.
There's
FIO...
an entire I crashed the marine market, essentially.
And we have hit Galactic Hour News Roundup posts.
Yes, oh god, here we go.
Finally. So after all of that, you know, those of you who maybe like up until this point been like, why are we here? Is this really just one nerd talking to herself for 4 years and now Ash is trying to make a big deal about it? Yes, and this is where things get weird. Because in the news reports here, it says Federal Intelligence Office sends task force to Eugales with mandate to counter subversion and terrorism. So, and this is directly in response to kind of what's going on here. So this is, so you said this in December, and then this post is in January, March. So 3 months later, CCP has officially acknowledged the fact that the FIO are investigating Eugales. And that's where shit gets real.
Yeah, just a bit. This was my absolute wait. They're actually paying attention to this moment.
Yeah, what so you've been basically going around doing your own little circle jerk effectively for 3 or 4 years or 2 or 3 years at this point, just trying to get other people to engage with it in any way, and
just
then
trying
suddenly
to have fun with it and build things for people to have fun with.
And suddenly Ashrathi is posting about this, trying to make it some big conspiracy about botnet Amar militiamen. And this is one of the very first time I remember you contacting me and going, actually, I think it has to do with this.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah, no, it was. Because, yeah, I mean, at the time, we had a big problem with Amar. Well, so there was a
warfare
botnet.
bots that would constantly farm in the other war zone.
Yep. They were working, there are a bunch of coercers, and they moved from the Amar Mimitar war zone over to the Glente Caldaria war zone. And then this post came out. And so I thought, or not this post, but the next post, which refers to artificial intelligence, which makes me think, oh, well, they must be about these things. And so that's when you're like, actually, I've been doing this for like 3 years. And I'm like, okay, well, I reject your reality and substitute my own. At that point.
Yeah, you pulled an Adam Savage.
Yeah. I didn't. I wanted it to be about the bots. Okay. No. It's also worth noting that about this point, like CCP is introducing the concept of derail, which is their anti-AI division.
So
and
it's complicated. Derail is never explicitly about mechanical AI.
Correct.
So I think Upwell is going to run afoul of derail soon, but we'll get into that later.
Yeah. So derail, is this this can't be the first time it's mentioned. No. So what does derail stand for? Let's see if I can find it.
It is the Department of Enforcement on Restrictions on Artificial Intelligence and Life.
Right. So this is, like I said, a new division that was made like at about this time. And the reason why this is important, or another interesting piece to all of this, is the fact that there is this series of skins that was
Black Ice
introduced
Derailers
at the time. And as of right now, I don't think any of these are available. Is that correct?
I think they were briefly available for if you actually they actually gave these out for actually reporting bots. I
Right.
think
Okay,
brief,
that might be
but
maybe. And it
it
does
was
say
very
bot hunter,
brief.
but this is why I thought Lauralite's crazy, and this is clearly about the botting stuff because derail, botting, blah 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 blah. It's hard to say exactly where CCP is or was going to go with all of this, but it is worth noting that this is at a time where CCP has introduced several organizations through their skins. Another really big example of that would be like
Octopus
the
Dreadflight,
well, no, that was
Helmet
introduced. That's very
Harriers.
old. I mean, like True Deliverance, right? True
Oh
Deliverance
God,
was that when they introduced the concept of the Vimoksha Chorus. That was the very first time that we
yeah.
ever read the name Vimoksha Chorus. So during this invasion time period, they introduced several different skins that kind of introduced factions that would later be kind of built on a little bit more. And Derail was one of those.
Yeah, when the derailer skin showed up, I kind of just I sat down and I had a very long think, and I'm like, is this CCP telling me to shut up?
Yeah, like do you okay, so you saying that often CCP shuts things down, but they do it in like an in-universe way. Did you
Yeah,
see this as CCP trying to shut it down?
I I didn't know how to take it at the time really, and I asked a bunch of people at various points. I think I even asked Uriel for advice before he was a CCP.
Right.
I don't think I ever he ki- most people said just keep playing it. You'd probably know.
Right. Yeah. You've never been contacted by CCP like behind the scenes or anything.
As far as I'm aware,
Right.
like
Well, I asked
I've
that because
talked
like the
with
guys who made the Drifter autopsy, like they actually
yeah,
had communication with CCP proper, the lore team that was like, these are things you must include, these are
I
things you
I
can't include.
I think I asked Delegate Zero directly through Discord. I never got a response. It's like, hey, am I out of line?
Right.
I think I did that. I don't remember. It's I haven't checked that DM in probably like 3 years anyway. Um,
DZ is a quiet person most of the time.
and then I remember asking in the still relatively fledgling Roleplayers primary Discord as well. And some people said the obvious because what you're doing breaks setting, yada yada, and I just like I'm not asking you. I'm asking CCP because they were there at the time. They still
Right.
are.
Yeah.
Never got a response from that either, so I kind of just
Kept
kept
going.
doing.
Yeah. Okay. So, and then you invited them formally on the Intergalactic Summit, received no response, which is interesting because we have received responses on the Intergalactic forums even during this time, right?
Yeah,
We have what's his name? The head of
Drust.
well, no, the Triglavian one. But yes, Drust
Oh,
comments. Valkyneer jumps in a couple of times, but Suryatum Foucault
oh
famously
yeah,
had some
the
interactions with Dutch.
our friend Foucault, who speaks with the consent of, but very conspicuously not for the
Correct.
collective.
Right. Yeah. Because he's just Subornos.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. So, but to continue with the story, Placid Tribune runs story on heightened security operations as FIO Task Force Horizon Constellation. So now that, oh no, this is still you.
Yes.
Did this recognition by CCP increase the uptick of like the rest of the lore community paying attention to this, or
A bit. I got a few angry messages. It's like I won't go into that too much, but I got a few angry messages over getting any acknowledgement because at the time most people still kind of just saw me as this silly person obsessed with megastructures that we never see in Eve. And it's
Right.
just
Your lore is wrong, and then your lore gets recognized, and they're like, "Grr!" And that is actually so like
I'm not going to give any names on that because most
sure.
of the people have mellowed out over the years, and
I will say that there has been one of the things that I have run into when it comes to the lore community, and I'm not going to say any names either because it's like, if they embody it, they embody it. But like, there is a certain tendency amongst a lot of people in the lore community on some level or another to basically be like, I don't like that part, therefore I don't acknowledge it as canonical.
so
Especially when it comes to stuff like Templar 1 or some of the older stuff or the stuff that kind of strays away from hard sci-fi.
the only thing that I think everyone agrees was really dumb is enhanced physics. And there's a reason for that.
You mean
Max Singularity's
Max Singularity's
presentation that
physics.
he refused to let CCP see until he did the presentation.
That is not how I understood it happened, but is that true? I don't even know. That's crazy.
Yeah,
But
it was an entire thing.
well, yeah, and it's weird because like ever since then, CCP and the game has kind of doesn't seem to want to come to a firm conclusion of whether or not the peg is still like
So
a thing.
the peg is a thing. Enhanced physics kind of isn't. It's
Okay.
because the issue there wasn't that he tried. He tried to lace everything together in a neat little bow under a single black box technology
Right.
that broke everything preceding it that had been established.
I guess that's fair. And there are some interesting places where it's kind of wishy-washy. What's weird about it is that while CCP has like in-game canonically recognized the existence of the peg, they seem to suggest of it as a technology that we've gotten past.
Yeah, I have noticed that.
It was an ancient peg. It shows that the old ways that we used to do things. But the idea is that the peg is a device that allows us to effectively siphon energy out of subspace or out of deep subspace, which does two things. One, it provides us effectively unlimited power, but it has to be converted through a process that we know of as the capacitor, which each empire has their own method of doing that. But also, it can drop enough energy into itself to create its own localized gravity well, to the point where it can effectively pull the ship and everything within its gravity well into subspace, in which
Also,
the
collision damage is not a thing, and everything is subspace.
right, that like basically what we see is like the surface of the ocean, and subspace is a place where like the Higgs field doesn't interact with, which is why you can pass through planets and stuff while you're in warp. It does neatly explain a lot of things, but it does cause some other problems. And so
The biggest issue ultimately was that it ran directly counter to things CCP had established about the setting already.
like what?
Those aren't thrusters, they're just reactor exhaust.
That
Oh,
is probably where things like get really strained, is when you start to get to like what we're physically seeing when it comes to the engine trails and the afterburner.
let's see, what else was there? Oh yeah, it doesn't matter how fast you're never going to actually hit the thing you bump into. Because
Right.
pegs.
Yeah, the
Even
idea
though
is that there's
collision
peg fields
damage is
interacting.
established as a thing in setting, just not the game.
Right. Well, there are safety protocols within the ships that prevent normal collisions, right? Like, the
there are collision avoidance systems and the like,
Yeah.
but there's
The broker had to disable the protections in order to crash the
yeah,
Nix.
yeah, like there are built-in safety mechanisms, but they're things that still exist, and it's not magic space fields,
Right.
for lack of a better term. It's hey, it's your collision avoidance system, it's your shields, and so on. And
Yeah,
it's a
and
mix of
but
things.
there is definitely seeming to be a relationship between the capacitor and your shields. That I think that the peg kind of nicely begins to smooth over, but yeah, I don't know. It is tricky because it's clearly doesn't, like I said, CCP doesn't seem to know whether or not they want to officially acknowledge it or not, especially in the modern day.
So I have opinions, but we'd be getting way off track.
Correct. Yeah.
We already are a little bit.
It's fine. So let's jump back into things then.
I do want to just end on I respect the fact that Max Singularity gave an honest effort at it. I don't
indeed.
agree with the outcome.
And I would stress that, like, even in the way we talked about it just now, I don't think that it's like that bad. It's just like it would be nice if it was massaged in a little bit better, maybe. That's
Yeah.
interesting. I thought that now I want to know more about like the actual process by how that was done, because I know that like Max and Jet Propulsion and CCP all kind of had to at least like okay what was that what was being done. But yeah, I don't know. That'd be interesting. It doesn't help that CCP Falcon like did a lot of work establishing a bunch of stuff with his books and then left the company.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Something that bugged me actually in Frigates of Eve, the Frigates of Eve itself contradicts Max Singularity too.
Which is funny because that's literally
What
the
it
book
was
that
written
has
for.
that from. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
So I
you can tell
Max.
like you can kind of see the fragmentation in CCP where like there was some people that were getting behind that, but then as you said, like there's a lot of lore that is not at the very least doesn't have it worked in.
Yeah. I recognize that Max Singularity is a professor in the universe. My characters think he's a crackpot.
That's fair. That's fair. All right. So, back to the story as we know it, though. We have Clementine Lafleur working as an auxiliary for FIO. Black Eagles and others begin investigation of UNF activities and systems. So, tell us a little bit about Clementine.
Clementine is Clementine is a character. Clementine Lafleur, sometimes known as Limey Thumbs on Discord, very started playing Eve about when did they start playing? I think they started not long after Triggs first popped up. They started bouncing around running with Nadir Securities Consultants. Yeah, they started playing in 2020. But they ran around with Nadir Security Consultants for about a year, and this was about the same time with all of this going on. Yeah, so
Oh, shoot.
what's up?
I just ruined my green screen of you. Hold on, I gotta fix that. I pulled up somebody else's portrait. How dare I?
No, it's
The
fine.
magic is broken.
It's fine. Uh, but I so Clementine got involved with this a little while before this, before all of that. But
Right.
this is where they started doing their own thread, kind of chronicling the specifics of what they knew and working kind of as a cat's paw for the Black Eagles, kind of just an outside agent working for them.
Okay. It's worth noting that they eventually joined Strybog and are now part of the Guristas. So that said,
Yeah.
let's jump back into the story. So they begin their investigation. So what does this mean, like, for realsies? Like, so Clementine, you start talking and working together, or what
so
exactly happens?
So, as I remember it specifically, this entire thread was a collaboration between Clementine and I think it was Elaine Coulser, but it was Clementine doing most of the posting. I think is he part of? Is he still part of Nadir?
Who, Clementine?
No, Elaine Coulser.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, this was a collaborative thing between Clem and Elaine. Um, and they Elaine for the longest time was already affiliated with the Black Eagles, and
Okay.
Clementine was just kind of fronting and doing the forum work for things. There was even a bit of RP shenanigans around Clementine and Elaine inspecting various UNF facilities as a show of good faith.
Okay.
It may not have gone as well as it could have been, as it could have.
What do you mean by that?
Just yeah, let's just go with reasons.
Fair enough.
The
Okay.
joking aside, it became apparent how common it was for specifically gene modified people to be part of UNF contingents. If you want a specific on that, look up Geist Brezia Octus Margo.
Okay. Those are words. All right. So, okay. Next, we have IRCN runs a segment on an article about a standoff between UNF and IRED forces and continued orbital construction. So, basically, this other fiction writer, Selena,
Which is I think it's common enough knowledge that Selena Solange is one of Corsavius's characters. So
Okay.
yeah, I was trying to think on if I should say that or not, but it's one of his writing characters. So
Okay. So, involved in this, and then also put this post out, but it's part of like a larger context, right? Because they also have
yeah,
Amarian news in here too.
mm,
So, and then, so basically, you're still having problems with IRED, is the short of it, right?
yeah. This one was a funny little bit where just me and Cores were like, "Hey, you're in the area. I'm going to lock you because you're sitting on crew with my structure." And then
Did
he warped to a perch.
did CCP's post about Eugales affect IRED's response to things? Because I know IRED really does like are driven by the lore, as it were.
At the end of that segment, you can see something there from Alex Hinkleman, the actual director, executor of IRED.
Again, when pressed for comment on the situation in the process briefing, IRED executor Alex Hinkleman declined to share details of the IRED stance towards the UNF operations in Eugales. He only stated, quote, operations of the UNF in Eugales are of no concern or priority to the Ishirata Enforcement Directive. Clearly, however, the Federation government may have some issues to discuss with them.
Yeah. That's was the IRED's official stance for the longest time.
Okay. You are beneath their concern. We're just going to attack you.
Yeah.
Okay. Pirate raid on floating city of Argalent in Eugales 5, halted by rapid response of UNF patrol forces. FIO units
You
reported
did
to have
skip
been observed.
over the
Oh.
SD2 thing. 4-6.
Oh, Special Department of Internal Investigations and Federal Security arrive in force at a number of planets and recently liberated systems across Placid. Large contingents of Concord, Sorrow, and Derail counter war clone and anti-AI divisions are also present in the theater, together with Kirkland Risk Control and Algental Corps mercenary groups, Eugales as a noted focus. This is where we get into the Eugales situation. This is when
Yeah.
it starts being recognized as being like something that's going to be a thing.
This
So
probably is where I should have put the first actual compliance conflict starting. But I was kind of trying to dodge around actually being hostile for a while.
So yeah, this is part of an overall counteroffensive by the Federal Defense Unit. So the Galente forces were taking back large swaths of the war zone at the time, and this involved kind of dealing with the with Eugales, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with all of this stuff going on in Eugales, every time it kind of flipped control, that became a tension point. So
Oh god, that was anytime the system was about to flip, it was the most nerve-wracking thing because what's gonna happen now?
yeah. The chief executive panel and the federal administration have not commented on the situation. Hold on. Let's see if I can. Is this the first time Eugales gets mentioned here? Maybe. No, it doesn't even get mentioned. It says, okay, Galente militia forces have continued their own month-long counteroffensive against Caldari forces to regain control of much of the Federation territory that had fallen in state protectorate control. The Federal Defense Union has continued to push Caldari occupiers out of the Placid and Verge Vendor regions with some recent assaults of the Caldari state territory and Black Rise in the Citadel. The situation in the Caldari-Galente war zone remains highly chaotic on the ground, with many Federation colonies remaining under the control of the Caldari state units and affiliated mercenary companies. The Intaki system continues to be held by the state protectorate, but the Intaki Assembly's planetary defense units and territorial armies have continued to maintain a secure hold on Intaki Prime. Caldari corporate security forces have rather concentrated on the so-called asset reclamation operations on planets with less developed defenses or were fully occupied by state protectorate and affiliated forces. In face of the Federal Defense Union's counteroffensive, the steady stream of Caldari corporate and mercenary vessels have been evacuating and retreating from systems and planets previously occupied by state forces. The Federal Senate delegation visiting Caldari core territory is currently finishing its tour with a final round of talks above the on board of the Gita 44 Trade Hub station. Has issued a communique protesting the piratical looting carried out by Caldari mercenaries and some corporate security forces. So that's a whole thing, but that's basically, this is like the talks over Intaki piece that was eventually disrupted by the fact that one of the people in this delegation that's being referred to happened to
Valari?
be Leopold and Valari, who was a spy operating within the FIO or within the Federation Senate on behalf of the Deathless. Chief Executive Panel and federal administrations have not commented on the situation beyond pro forma statements deploring any excesses and condemning, quote, pirate activity on the fringes of militia conflict. Reports from Warzone indicates that the notorious Special Department of Internal Investigations and Federal Security, or Black Eagles, has arrived in force on a number of planets in recently liberated systems. Large contingents of Concord, Sorrow, and Derail counter warclone and anti-AI divisions are also present in the theater, together with the Kirkland Risk Control and Algental Corps mercenary groups. Kirkland Risk Control is really important because they often get called in explicitly for AI-based stuff, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, well, cybersecurity things generally.
Yeah, sleeper AI, cybersecurity. The latter allegedly sanctioned under the secret agreement between Federation and state.
Yeah, so I said Eugales a noted focus specifically because of the screenshot caption further up.
Right, it shows the structure, but isn't there also?
I think there's one in there somewhere. there's a lot of
Oh
Ottoman
no,
stuff in this.
this is actually what leads into immediately into the Easter event.
Yeah. And then there's
Okay.
also some stuff with Othanen. And also Kino, Kanala, and Nalvula. This is where we learn that storm planets are important, significantly important to the
Right, right. And this picture here is like, to
That was
you,
my
this is the
Poco at
shot
the
across the
time.
bow.
That was my Poco at the time too.
Yeah, like of all of the things, it's like, hey, look, in case there is any confusion, here we are. In fact, check it out.
It is.
Look
I
at,
no longer control that Poco and haven't for some time. But at the
check it out.
time, it was mine, and I was like, "Oh shit!"
That's pretty funny. I like that. Hold on. Let me close this real quick. In fact, it was here earlier. Hold on. Where is? Dang it! It's too far away now. There was a Poco somewhere around here. I can't find it now.
Warp back to it.
Yeah, I could. Yeah.
There it is.
Pretty good, huh? That's pretty good recreation, I'd say. All right. I'm done. I'm done. Let's get back to it. So,
All right. Yeah.
otherwise, I'm going to keep you here all day.
I mean, I don't have anywhere to be, so
That's fair. Pirate raid on floating city. Is that the next thing?
yes.
Of Argalant in Eugales 5, halted by rapid response of UNF patrol forces. FIO units reported to have been observing. And so we are
This is an IRCN.
right. So we're back in you guys doing stuff, right?
Yeah. So funny thing there actually. Argalant originally was not my creation. That belongs entirely to Corsavius. Corsavius originally created it. That he actually was just excuse me. Just kind of messing around with things a bit. And I was like,
Wait, what are we talking about?
the floating city of Argalant that
Right.
we're
Okay. Got it.
so it's a gas giant habitation platform essentially. It's an in-atmosphere think Cloud City from Star Wars.
Sure.
It's a giant gas harvesting platform in the atmosphere of Eugales 5.
Okay.
And he kind of just rode around that a little bit, and we agreed to that UNF would intervene with the pirate shenanigans there, and it went on from there.
So this is another player that you did stuff with then basically, right?
Yeah.
And so like do you get into contact with them because you're both in local or
I believe I had contact with him through Discord for this.
okay. But I mean like you're in how often are you in Eugales? Like how much of this is like actually stuff that's happening in Eugales?
At the time, I was in Eugales most of my play for a significant portion of my playtime. If I wasn't specifically doing something else, I was usually in Eugales.
Okay.
So
Fair enough.
yeah.
And then shortly thereafter, CCP follows up with a much more kind of on the nose. Where is it?
Yeah. The FIO calls in CDIA and derail specifically to Eugales, even though they're already there.
Well, yes, but at this point, it's getting into the news. That's the difference, I think. But yeah, so Actually, I think this is about when I'm getting caught up into this. This is also when
Yeah.
a lot of stuff is happening in the lore. A lot of what we see now is being developed like during this time because we're seeing like the Black Dagger murders. This is leading directly into like
So
all
the
the stuff with what's his name?
oh fucking
The
Chicade.
EOM dude. Yeah, Chicade.
Chicade was around for a while.
That's true. That goes back to 2018, but okay. Sorry, you were saying something else or
But there's also the fact that I very pointedly made no direct comment about the AI.
yeah, so you deny or you don't comment on it. Got it.
Yeah.
So then Oveg Dursk pops in April
Oh,
2021.
yeah.
What? It's been a while since we've seen Oveg Dursk. Their last post was 5 years ago. All right, well, fair enough. What's going on here? Eugales 6 Arcology and Terraforming Initiative. So this is the Intergalactic Summit post about. So this is where you go into like the CCP acknowledging versus rejecting your stuff, right?
Yeah.
So he says the usual word salad of. Who's he responding to?
He's responding to Galm Escola Fey. And this is
Right.
the part where where okay, Galm goes off the rails a bit. The character goes off the rails.
Right. And so remind me, Gollum is the guy who's focused on the planets?
No,
Is that correct? Okay.
Galm is a member of the Bosena Accords, but he is specifically,
Right.
now at least, part of Variazi Clade. Though at the time, he was the warden of the Bosena Accords.
Right. Okay. So he's making a call that Derail needs to outline in clear terms the reason for their involvement in Eugales or leave. And Oveg Dursk responds with the usual word salad of bluster and threats from a traitor to civilization and humanity isn't likely to do your friends here any good. Nice. So calling Gollum a traitor to civilization and humanity. That's a good title. Let me tell you, I know the lads in Derail, and they don't have my forgiving and open-minded nature when it comes to people messing around with things that they shouldn't. I advise surrender and cooperation when they come calling.
Yeah, that was a um oh, that was a major oh fuck moment.
Yeah, that really does indicate like, hey, something's happening, and y'all might be in trouble. Okay. And then fragmented transmissions picked up near Eugales 6 mentioning Perigee Overmind Alphas, a swarm mine that has become associated with UNF via contact with the war mines.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is a fun one. We picked up a swarm overmind at one point.
Okay. Nothing to see here. Moving on.
Yeah, nothing to see here. Moving on.
Orders for defensive operations and lockdown of UNF facilities in system go out. What happens here? Okay, so the arcology, all security personnel is recalled effectively immediate to alert Alpha Priority 1, ground and air patrols. So something's going on the planet. What happened?
This is the first real inkling of things starting to go awry. This is Laura and the War Mines instituting the heavy lockdowns just to prepare, because they're not actually here for tea and crumpets, right?
Right. Yeah. They actually do get pretty serious. So, UNF raids on EOM shipyards appear in Eugales. So, like, this is during that, the dread attacks and the reveal of EOM as, the Scooby Doo. It was EOM all along, kind of thing.
Yeah. So stole a bunch of tech and or towed some destroyed facilities to the yard for reasons we won't talk about. That spoilers, it's for accelerated construction.
Sure. Awesome. And then significant progress made in an attempt to seize EOM shipyards in Eugales. FIO and Derail forces continue to operate in the system over the month of May. Okay, that's your post about it.
Like, this is probably where actual fighting started, but I was still wishy-washy and dancing around it, trying to avoid it, and trying to keep the neutral at stance that I'd gotten for so long.
When you're saying fighting, you mean between like you and Derail?
This is probably where DZ would say any actual conflict started if you were
Yeah.
to ask him.
Fair enough.
I tried to dance around it.
Right. And then, so then, like 10 days later, though, we get another Galactic Hour news roundup.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
says, this is this is when all the Stargates were built. So this was Operation Trailblazer. Or Operation, wasn't that what it was called? Stargate Trailblazer. Right? I think so. And then Akimaka Saraki becomes chairman. Agard's infrastructure stuff. Oh yeah, that's when she beats out on the there's a whole thing about Suvio Belleron and all that.
Yeah, I think so.
I cover that in my lore speedrun, I'm pretty sure. But Tribal Council votes to increase anti-war clone measures, fund clandestine units, and raise volunteer armies. So this is involving the Mimitar, but we do see...
This is while the original ScarCon conflict is going on before Trig bullshit.
Yeah. Sorry, not sorry. But we see, what we do is we see more information about Derail themselves. Anti-AI units to enter tribal territories. You were saying?
What?
Oh, I thought you were saying something. No, no, this is after ScarCon was sucked
Oh yeah, no, this is after. Ah!
Into Pochvin.
Okay, yeah, no, this is post Pochvin. Brain.
Yep.
Yeah, this was right on the edge of things.
And we see... Do we see anything down here about it? Sorrow Command recommends Concord Assembly Act to restrict and disrupt independent workload operations. That's different.
That's tied to things because I had some
Concord Derail given authority to launch investigations into use of illegal AI by capsuleers and war clones in Eugales. That was it. This is the line. This is the news headline that maybe be like, this is clearly the coercers. But meanwhile, you're like, oh, shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I was
Easy
just
coming
like,
for your biscuit.
It is worth noting, this man could have ended my whole career with a word. He never expressly does.
It's true. That's true. Because like I said, I still think that, like, in the end, my theory is that in the end, whatever this becomes, we're going to look back on this plot line and be like, imagine, like, when 2 years from now, when I'm talking to new guys who are just getting into the EVE universe because they got in through Vanguard, and they find out that all of this plot line not only was happening in real time over the course of 5-6 years in EVE, but was spurred on by just a player doing shit, right? Like, that would be incredible. But
yeah, I do want to specifically point at the restrict and disrupt independent war clone organizations. That's a direct nod at Bacena Accords at the time.
That's true. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we know now that this plays deeply into everything that's coming out when it comes to Vanguard, right? So
yeah, and thanks, Richard. I appreciate all those mechanical parts.
Richard is a good dude. I want to give a shout out to Richard. I did interact with him quite a bit when I was operating in Intaki, and I have nothing but respect. Okay, so updates on material yards, or orbital yards, material streams, continues significant construction across UNF, largely continues to keep the appearance of peaceful standoff with authorities. And then that's when their response is to launch an investigation into you.
Yeah.
UNF rumored to have been technology sharing with war clone clans associated with Bosnia Accords. Independent sources cite presence of intelligent constructs as derail continues investigation in plastic system of Eugales.
Yep. That
So-
one is another IRCN post.
And so again, all of these posts, not just you, but all of these posts are all happening independent of coordination with CCP.
Yes.
And yet it seems that CCP has just played along.
More or
Well,
less.
More or less, yeah.
I'm fairly sure I've given DZ a headache or gotten him to facepalm more than once. And DZ, if you're watching this, I'm sorry. Please don't hurt me. No, DZ terrifies me.
People that haven't actually seen DZ, DZ really is the J.R. Tolkien, not Tolkien, George R.R. Martin of EVE Online, man. Like he gives me such George R.R. Martin vibes, you know, like when he's talking and the way he just carries himself. Either way, I digress. So then by 2021 July, we have hold on. Rogue Capsuleers and Drama, a brief update. The situation between the United Neopian Federation, UNF, and investigating derail units in the system seems to have escalated recently. There have been reports that derailed Marines are actively conducting counter-subversion actions on all Stormworld planets of the system of Eugales. One of these planets happens to be the location of a major terraforming initiative spearheaded by the UNF, who also maintain an ongoing orbital infrastructure project. Rumor has been circulating that the UNF is engaging in illegal research of advanced AI contrary to the universal laws, which were installed against such research following the creation of rogue drones. These rumors are further supported by the evidence and leaks from conspiracy theorists that UNF maintains allyship with various Kybernaut entities. Oh no! IRCN has been unable to determine the veracity of such rumors. Meanwhile, our IRCN has received news that the Capsuleers fan club, which has skyrocketed in popularity lately, the Cormorants and Jackals Corporation, which has been the target of raid Luminaire, blah blah blah. That's unrelated.
That's something related to Clementine. Do you
Fair
remember
enough.
Julian Flavors?
I remember Julian Soder.
No, Julian Flavors was a meme character that took on a life of his own.
Fair enough.
The Cormorants and Jackals thing was a Flavors production.
I see.
You did skip 710.
Oh. Oops.
It's okay.
Let's go back. Oh, yeah. Head of Federal Marines Intelligence testifies to Senate in Triglavian subversion and Surthud. So this is okay. So this is a big thing because, like, this is where things got kind of, like, again, things get blurry, right? So
yeah,
we were focused. I was focused especially on Eugales and this kind of thing that's going on and all that stuff. And then CCP went, drop the ball, or the hammer rather, that, like, and the Othanoon stuff begins to kick off, right?
Yeah, and it kind of scatterbrains everyone.
Right. But this it really drives home the idea of storm planets, right? It's also focused on storm planets, and Celis Agard, in response, begins investigations of all storm planets, or survey of all storm planets within the Federation.
Yeah.
So just so we know, like, this kind of begins to branch out. But so we have Mimitar Republic celebrates Liberation Day.
Derail Extreme Environment Commandos. It conduct counter-subversion actions in all colonies of Eugales storm planets 3, 4, and 6.
Yeah, so that's a little on the nose.
That's where I put the first compliance conflict as having started,
Right.
though it
Okay.
probably started much earlier.
Okay.
So that's why I put disputed. And I'm very forward facing in denying any kind of hostile activity. But you'll remember that the alert status and lockdowns never stopped. At least on
No,
Eugales 6.
that's fair. And it definitely escalates. So we'll get into that. So then on the 26th, so 16 days later,
Yep.
we get
We get the fun bit where it's this is the moment where I'm literally shitting myself. It's like I've never written anything about mobile submarine colonies, but this is a very obvious if I want to touch you, I will.
yeah, derail forces arrest hundreds on charges of conspiracy to develop illegal AIs. Concord Department of Enforcement and Restriction on Artificial Intelligence and Life has reported the arrest of, quote, several hundred conspirators in an alleged plot to develop illegal AIs in raids across Eugales system. The majority of arrests were apparently carried out on board the Izochi Okami, a mobile submarine colony platform operating in the shadows of the Eugales 6 storm planet's oceans. Raids were also carried out elsewhere on Eugales 6 and other planets and stations in the Eugales system. In related news, the Lauralite Protection Service's 203rd Combined Asset Protection Regiment, which are the same group that were used in Intaki, has arrived in Eugales.
The 203rd showing up was kind of revenge for me poking my head in at all over in Intaki a while back.
Right. The asset reclamation operations. Now, I've pointed out that the 203's Combined Asset Protection Regiment's operations in Intaki is likely the source of Lauralite's access to the technology that would later become subcranial nanocontrollers.
Yeah. And UNF showed up there to tell Lauralite to screw off and actually had numbers to back it up. This is the 203rd saying hello in return.
Yeah, reports indicate 203rd has landed a team on the first moon of Eugales 5, which you cared about Eugales 5 because of the Cloud City, right?
Eugales 5 Moon 1 is the moon of Umai, the relic moon.
Got it. Okay, so the storm planet's where your ecology is, but the Yanyong relics, air quotes, is on planet 5's moon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Got it. So, nervous. Research and surveying of anomalies in the Eugales system. Okay, well, that's very on the nose.
Yeah. The next day.
Do we have anything else in the... Nope, we don't. Okay, so the next day, on the 27th, we have...
Derailed seizures in Eugales system rumored to include ancient technology and illegal precursor artifacts.
And this is where all the tinfoil comes from. Okay, guys?
This is the moment where I'm like, okay, we're this is actually happening now.
Right.
Ooh.
So this is a big piece of the question, right? Because like you did this stuff with precursor technology and you kind of set it up that your AI was related to this stuff, right?
Yes.
But you wouldn't dare actually like explicitly state that. But this feels like they're acknowledging the connection.
Yeah, this was the moment of wait, they read that far back. I'm scared now.
Yeah,
I was scared. I was nervous before. I'm scared now.
Yeah, all right. Well, fair enough. So 3 days later, return of Reliquary subproject announced. Reliquary enclosure and other previously extracted ruins move to Eugales 6 orbital yard. Ring project developments, new Athenor deployment near Planet 5, Moon 1, and prepared to continue extracting ruins alongside valuable resources. Notice given to LDPS to observe minimum safe distances from marked excavation zones. So basically, you're like, okay, well, roll
I'm
up
still doing
sleeve.
my shit, so
Let's jump in.
I'm still doing extractions. I'm still taking all this stuff. The extraction zones are clearly marked. If you set up shit there, it's not my fault anymore.
Right. But I mean, this clearly shows that like that post by CCP spurred you into like taking the next step. Like it's go time, right? You
It's
drop
like,
another Athenor. You're like, okay, well, we've officially recognized these artifacts now. I can put them into play.
yeah, I upset Diana Kim a bit though.
I mean, that's a good hobby to have.
Fair enough.
Okay. UNF archaeological and research sites on Eugales 5 Moon 1 have security reinforced after alleged brutal attacks by LDPS. Okay. So
Yeah, I allege that LDPS started screwing with the other archaeological sites, and anyone that's there, including, funnily enough, contracted state workers.
okay. And yeah, you definitely triggered Diana on this one.
Fun fact, Lauralite, the character, has a provisional citizenship with NOH. How? Hmm, she is very persuasive. Let's call it that.
Fair enough. All right. Is that something you've established, or is that something?
That's something I've established as a character thing.
Right.
Laura is not a full Caldari state citizen. She is not loyal to the Caldari state expressly.
Are you actually Caldari?
No.
Oh, you're Federation or Glenn?
No.
Oh. What?
So I wrote the UNF as being its own thing entirely.
No, I know, but like Lauralite, the character.
Lauralite, the character, is Neopian.
Okay. But I mean, like, you chose a race at the beginning.
Yes. I originally chose Intaki. I really just did kind of went with things as is.
Okay. I'm just trying to keep it all straight. Okay, so then after 2 days after that report that you made, we see CCP post an article that references.
Yeah, I got called a drill terrorist.
Yeah, Lydie Protection Services condemn criminal destruction and terrorism by capsular moon drilling in Eugales. So this is when I get to officially set aside my theory and be like, all right, I think Lauralite's right. This is all about her.
I mean, I wouldn't go that far because it's about everyone that's contributed up to that.
No, I know that's
but...
fair, but at that point, that's all I knew. But this isn't about some coercers or anything. Or yeah, this is what you're up to. LDPS 203rd Combined Asset Protection Regiment confirms destruction of research site on first moon of Eugales 5. So effectively, you start up an Athenor and you shoot it at the moon, and LDPS recognizes the fact that you blew up their colony.
Yeah, and I was like, I gave y'all fair warning, and y'all set up in a blast zone, so that's your fault.
Okay, and then Derail Command and LDPS refuse to confirm or deny cooperation if both organizations continue Eugales operations.
Direct confrontations begin to escalate, and I no longer deny any direct conflicts.
But still, in game, there's not like there's DZ isn't showing up with a fleet to ref your structure. He's done that with other things.
No, he never did any of that.
Yeah.
I am actually surprised that didn't happen. I was ready to rock and roll, admittedly, because I'd seen them do that, and I'm like, okay, if this happens, they seem upset.
let's do this. All right.
Yep.
So then we have 2 weeks later, Pegular District member states divided over Ugali situation. Concord derail force is reported to be menacing unaffiliated and undefended colonies. So you basically start trying to call them out on bullying people in the area.
Yes.
Okay. Shine Ekel Security Corridor, Asterhus reinforced to whole period by Snuff Dreadnought pilot and evacuated. Its eventual destruction not expected to have significant impact on continued orbital ring expansion. So this is just because the structure was on grid?
So I tried to negotiate with Snuff. Unfortunately, I was not negotiating with Snuff. I was negotiating with a Snuff pilot.
Right. Okay, fair enough.
Well, the CEO of a Snuff pilot, but not a actual leader of Snuff.
Okay.
And it went about as well as you expected.
Yeah, your first mistake was trying to make a deal with Snuff.
So as I understand it, having talked to several other people, if you actually make a deal with the top people in Snuff, they'll stick to it if you stick to your side of it.
For a long
else,
time, for sure.
For anyone else, yeah, good luck.
Yeah. All right. So, but either way, what is actually happening here?
Oh boy,
Like,
a lot.
Where's this Asterhus?
So the Osterhus was on grid with Eugales 6.
Okay. So they did. So this was. You said you put a writer up there at some point, but this is like other things got dropped. This is your Asterhus or somebody else's Asterhus?
That's my Asterhus.
Okay. So they attack your Asterhus.
I try to negotiate. Next day, they come back with the dread again.
Mm-hmm.
And then they drive by Super the Athenor.
Of course.
And that's when things just keep going.
And on that same day, we see where is it? Where is it? Report Concord conflict monitors warn. Nope, that's not it. Concord derail anti-AI division given increased funding following success of recent operations and increased AI threats. Even as Edencom was having their money reduced, derail got their money increased, but otherwise not directly calling out you guys. Although I mean, like that was operating.
That was still an oh
Yeah.
no moment. Hi, Thad.
And it's worth noting, hey Thaddeus, it's also worth noting that Edencom did get their funding back really quick. So
yeah.
Okay, so where were we? Yeah. Harvester Vthor Athenor reinforced by snuffed out dreadnought pilots. Expectation of destruction expected. Emergency separation of minor extracted ruins from the surface of Eugales 5 authorized and completed successfully. So basically, they hull reinforce it, blowing up the extraction.
So this is the which one was this one? This is so we did an emergency separation of the ruins.
Cat tax. Sorry, it's
You're
the cat
okay?
tax time. Hi. She needed food. She was wanting to complain and cry about it, so she gets to say hi. Say hi. All right, go eat. Yeah. All right.
If you heard my cat squeak, she's been in my lap this entire time.
Man, I wish she'd sit in my lap. She's a great bed cat, not a great lap cat.
But
anyway, you were saying.
Right. So this is once it's reinforced. This is still before reinforced shut everything down, I think. Because I think that came later. Because they didn't have low power mode until a lot later. No, wait, no, this was post low power,
No,
wasn't it?
but I think probably this was before they went to 2 timers, so you might have done it during the armor timer.
Yeah.
Things
So
don't shut down until the whole timer.
yeah, that was before that. Um, yeah, bleh. The I'm sorry, I'm having a brain fart.
It's okay. The cat derailed everything.
Yes.
So
This is where, hey, we already have an extraction going. Let's separate the section that has the ruin and screw the rest of it, right?
mhm.
And the chunk that had the ruin was dragged to Eugales 6, and the rest was just left to blow itself up
Right.
when Snuff finally killed it. Also, I pinged Ana Yuminoro, the LDPS kernel, over this.
The
It was
he's
just
an
like,
NPC actor, right?
yeah,
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that everything gets clear for people that are watching that don't know what's going on.
yeah. So I pinged them to say, as a courtesy, I'm forwarding this to you along with an expected timeline of impact from the chunk that's about to be falling back to the surface. With it luck, you'll be able to use this information to get your own people and assets clear once again, and point out that this inconvenience and situation, unpleasant as it is, can be directly tracked back to a subset of Dreadnought pilots belonging to the snuffed out pirate group.
Very good. Make sure to throw
Not
him under
that
the
it,
bus.
not that it did much.
All right. So, Federation Republics of Rel 5 lodged complaint with the District Court of Pegalar over Unified Principality of Archaeovoint Eugales systems of interest claim and alleged colonial interferences by UNF enforcement entities. Colonial governor of Argalent Sky platform on Eugales 5 makes scathing remarks about FRORV. What?
The Federated Republics of Renorel 5.
Got it.
Yes.
So this is back to you having fun,
Yes.
right? Okay. So at this point, your structure has been blown up,
Yes.
and you're kind of moving on with that by.
Yeah.
It seems like every time like tension happens in Eugales, like the structures, you kind of focus a little bit on the areas around Eugales, and then
A little
when
bit
tensions are
more,
low,
yeah.
you come back to Eugales. That
Yeah,
tracks.
it goes both ways.
Shift in archaeological focus to more traditional methods. What does that mean?
So that's like actually because I never put another Athenor over Eugales for Moon 1 after that, and I don't think anyone did after that either. I don't think anyone's put any moon drills up in Eugales since this. So
5-1, you said, right?
yes, 5-1. But this is continuing archaeological work on 5-1, just with less giant depth laser extractions.
Right. Got it. That way you can continue your work without having an Athenor.
Yes.
This. That's Eugales 5. And that's Eugales 5 Moon 1. Where's the drill point?
Uh
Oh, wait. I have like nothing showing right now. That's probably why. Whatever.
More shovels and brushes, less orbital depth lasers and tractor beams.
Yes, there you go. There it is. Yeah, there's no There's currently no Athenor on the moon.
I don't think there's been many upwell structures in Eugales other than mine, and occasionally one or two from. There was one from Sinusoidal Field Theory at one point that I destroyed, and then there was the one from Warp Factor 0. Like, I know that there was one that was briefly thrown down by Melissa and Saro,
I don't see
but that's
anything.
much later.
Yep, I don't see a single structure in here right now. And I think I see most of the system. Okay.
Honestly, have fun with it if anyone wants to go and try to do shit. By the way, I'm sorry, Snuffed Out still is within 1 mid of Eugales.
Yeah. All right. Back to where we were. Concord's derail carries out new raids in Eugales following agreement with Caldari State Occupation Forces. Federation Senate passes motion condemning growth of Concord's security state and urges FIO to review ties with Derail and Sorrow. And this is, again, so this is actually a scope. Is this right?
Yeah, this is a scope video. But it's a scope video and general roundup together.
Right. Yeah. So this was tied in with FanFest because this Caldari Union Day video was revealed at FanFest. So this event happened actually at the same time as FanFest because they made this presentation like that was played at FanFest be something that was happening at that exact time in universe.
And this is the part where I start getting a lot of mixed signals from both the Federation and the state.
Yeah, so we get Concord Derail carries out new raids in Eugales following agreement with Caldari State Occupation Forces. And it's important to note that, like, as far as the overall meta story goes, this was the early parts of Concord just completely falling apart, right? That we see going up to Uprising. So in this case, we're seeing the various empires attempting to flex their control over Concord in order to, create effects within particularly the war zone. The Ugidi constellation for the Amar and the Pegalar constellation being part of that as well.
Yeah.
Federation Senate passes motion condemning growth of Concord's security state and urges FIO to review ties with Derail and Sorrow.
Fun fact, Eugales was claimed by Wirkomi during the silent auction.
Right. Yeah. In the same way that Intaki was taken by Ishikone, but that didn't stop Lidai.
Oh yeah.
And then President Salazar signs executive order empowering federal Marines to expand anti-war clone units. So these are all, I said for years, like, the powder is being poured onto the pile. This is what we're talking about, right? With stuff like this.
Yeah.
And of course, we know that this is all leading up. Now we know that this is all leading up to the tensions that basically explode with Uprising. So let's watch the scope video.
Rogue drone infestations are reported to be on the increase across New Eden, according to Concord sources. The reason for the increasing rate of infestation remains unknown, together with the purpose of numerous rogue drone structures seen in visual recordings captured earlier today. Larger structures found in rogue hives have a half-built appearance, though this can be typical for rogue drone structures as they often appear to grow over time according to need. Concord urges all space traffic to be vigilant and cautious in any areas where hives are reported until eradication efforts are completed. The increasing incidence of such infestations coincides with the number of attacks on multiple observatory posts maintained by the Association for Interdisciplinary Research. Initial analysis suggests death came swiftly to the crews of these two Nestor-class vessels after they were overwhelmed by a swarm of rogue drones while on research duty at this Air Laboratories observation post. It is clear from other reports that these ships were part of extensive research into rogue drones being conducted by Air. The purpose of this research is unknown outside Air, but is variously rumored to include investigations into rogue drone AI systems, capital ship drone technology, or even advancements derived from triglavian mutaplasmid technology.
This
The
leads up
scope
to
contacted Air Laboratories
Crabbeak.
for clarification of their research goals. An Air spokesperson responded with no comment. Air Laboratories researchers are anxious to recover any intact or partial data from the Air Rogue drone analysis nodes that have been collecting data and materials from hives and swarms. Air teams are on standby to extract logs and records from any research sites cleared by Capsuleers. In light of the broader situation of increased rogue drone activity, Concord officials have also appealed to Capsuleers to contain any infestation sites. Any materials directly recovered by Capsuleers from these sites will be covered by the usual conventions and regarded as legitimate
was also the
reward
last
for their
Rogue Swarm event.
anti-rogue drone efforts. Concord is
Yeah.
clearly showing itself as interested in the very same drone technology that Air is presumably investigating. Numerous police, military, and special forces divisions of Concord are known to be concerned by increased sightings of rogue capital-class drones. Infested ship hulls, rarely encountered for some years, have been joined by numerous fully constructed capital-scale drone vessels, indicating that drone ship construction technology is steadily advancing. Concord's interest in promoting investigation of the rogue drone threat is such that it has confirmed that a new deployable structure is under active development, intended to assist in field research of rogue drones. The device is being developed in collaboration with the expertise of Cryodron and Zyno, and is designed to emit powerful signals intended to analyze all nearby rogue drone activity. Concord Colonel Ovig Drust claimed the development of the structure demonstrates that firm steps are being taken to investigate and arrest the increased drone activity. Colonel Drust also stated that Capsuleers can be assured that Concord will continue to
Yours,
guard
buddy.
against emergent threats that might imperil the safety of New Eden citizens. This is Lena Amber, reporting for The Scope.
So yeah, I think that, as you pointed out during while we were watching it.
Wait a
What?
second. Is that? Is he looking out over Eugales?
No,
Good.
that is
That
I
was
think
just
that-
that was just a window. Okay.
yeah, that's a very Amarian nebula.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. It is.
Yeah. But either way, what's interesting here is, yeah, I think that this is actually one of the most, one of the previous significant rogue drone swarms, the last one that they've done, which I think is kind of interesting, especially looking at like Air doing research with it, including Cryodone and what is it, Xenotech? They said, I can't remember who was the other people. So that in comparison to what is now being done by Upwell with rogue drone research.
Yeah, I think they're about to get some flack from Derail, and I'm concerned I'm about to as well.
Well, Edencom also kind of really flaunted Derail's rules, or Upwell did, with the their doodads that it takes to make the Edencom ships. One of them
Yeah.
like specifically talks about how it's using an AI that's like borderline illegal. Okay, so Swarm Overseer, we already looked into that. We did that one. The 3 war mines, Glitter Edifice, Rose Eagle, and Silver Smile, are given full access to all defensive materials and sysnet controls in UNF and House.
So actually,
Brezia and-
you'll notice that's a different thing about Perigee. I gave him a carrier.
Okay,
I gave him a Thanatos.
there it is. Okay, what happened?
This is essentially the War Minds and others trying to further further bring Perigee up to actually relatively understanding humans.
Okay.
Also, yes,
Okay.
that is the Nalagrin Marshlight skin
Right.
for
Right.
reasons.
So Perigee is Perigee a character in the game?
Did I make Perigee? I don't think I made Perigee a character.
Well, who's flying this Thanatos?
That was probably Sterling at the time.
Okay. But canonically, it's handed
Perigee.
over to the road drone.
Yep.
Or
And
not
this
the
is
road drone,
also
but the overmind.
I mean, this is also about this is right after Crab Beacons came out, and I think that Thanatos still has the mutated fighter supports on it.
Nice. Okay, so 3 war mines glitter. Yeah, so we were just talking about this. 3 war mines glitter edifice. Rose Eagle is given all of the defensive materials and sysnet controls of UNF. What does that mean?
This is shit is about to hit the fan. The gloves are off.
Right.
Do
so
your
you just
thing.
you basically hand your war tools over to your artificial intelligences.
More or less. And it's like, hey, we're all at kind of toast if this doesn't work. So let's make it work.
Okay. So then that's September 26th, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
A week or so later, on October 2nd, Placid Tribune runs an interview with Sakab.
That's Mahazke. That's Mahazke.
Okay. In regard to Concord derail actions.
Maha wrote this entire bit. And this is where the term idiot with an excavator comes from.
Okay.
And it's a long-winded anecdote, pretty much trying to tell Derail to fuck off.
All right. And this is so just so I can keep everything straight. This is not you.
This is not me. This
Somebody
was
that
written
you were
by
working with.
Mahazke.
Okay.
Mahazke is canonically it's complicated, but
It always
the
is.
closest thing to that Laura has to a husband.
Okay. But is it a different person?
Yes.
Okay. And you've just coordinated with them?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, it's just I'm just trying to keep everything separated as best as we can.
I
'cause it gets
understand.
quickly confusing. All right, so let's keep going then. Wellspring Source Supercarrier returned to active service after massive and aggressive refit and repair under supervision of Warmind Glitter Edifice. Perigee Overmind Alphys directs multiple subordinate drone swarms units to assist in defense of Orbital Ring and Yard. Does this mean you rebuilt the supercarrier like we said earlier that you didn't do? Okay.
So I did end up buying a new one, but someone actually built it.
Right. Okay, fair enough. So you just said that was them rebuilding it effectively.
Yes.
Got
yes.
it. Okay. It is cool that you take like every step of the way, you even though you are, as I've said a couple times, just making it all up, you take measures to ensure that there is a tie-in, right? Like somebody did build it. So all you do is saying like, oh, well, they used the original core. Like that's the only leap of logic that you're having to take on.
And there's an entire conversation somewhere in all of this where they are talking about why aren't you just building a new one? It costs more to repair the old hull than to make a new one.
Very clear skies. Okay.
Yeah, that's a Clear Skies reference.
There you go. All right. We have Lauralite gives Federal Intelligence Office data from Alar Tracade's Titan wreckage in attempt to get FIO to remove derail and back away from Eugales.
That
Lauralite-
didn't work.
What did you get?
I got the actual data chip from Chicade's Titan, and it was the one that dropped. Someone else picked it up, but I won a bidding war for it with Mantel Global Industries.
Oh
And
gosh.
you don't want to know. Yeah, but it was the encrypted data chip from the Titan,
Okay.
and I
What
gave
happened
that.
to it? Yeah.
I gave that to the FIO to be like, here, take this, do what you want with it, get these fuckers out of here. And it did not work.
Right. They took it though.
Yes, they did take it.
How did you give it to them?
I contracted it to Thon Gatterell.
So you contracted it to an NPC actor, and that NPC actor accepted it,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes.
So this is a this is a thing that happened. Got it. Okay. So where were we? Lauralite and Warminds issue general alert status to all infrastructure and assets in Eugales. Anything important there?
This was just a return to high alert status on
Okay.
things.
Federal Intelligence Office reports emphasizes threat from rogue artificial intelligence in conjunction with Triglavian Collective. Concord's derail anti-AI division expands operations in Placid in intelligence-led operations under ULI Accord and Convention. Colonel Ovig Dursk, appointed commander of Saro Red Troop as notorious anti-war clone unit, coordinates with Concord anti-AI division. There's another one of those scope videos with tickers.
Yeah. When Red Troop properly showed up, well, when Drust got control of Red Troop, it was just oh, this is personal now.
Yeah.
And
Colonel
this is where the first it was Clementine Lafleur using Julian flavors that insinuated that Drust was only there in Eugales because he was jilted as a client by Laura.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
There's an entire thing to get into. Laura, on top of all of her other things, is what we call a companion.
Fair enough.
God damn it,
Okay.
bad.
We're shipping it. It's fine. Okay, so Senator Suvio Belleron requested Senate Intelligence Committee investigation of derail and sorrow activities in Caldari Galente militia war zone. Senator Suvio Belleron is often seen as kind of like an upstart, a problem causer, political opportunist. Do we know if this ever went anywhere?
Which bit?
Senator Suvio Belleron requests Senate Intelligence Committee investigation of derail and sorrow activities in Caldari Galente militia war zone.
I don't think I should have included that. But I don't know if anything ever came of that.
Right. Okay. So then a little under a month later, UNF and House Brezia remains firm in continued project progression. Public disbar derail and Light Eye affiliated troops from docking at orbital yards as hostilities escalate. Lauralite publicly invites multiple entities, including Megacorp, security services, capsulars, and even Triglavian entities to establish embassies on Janara habitation platform, part of the orbital yard and ring project. So this is just they shot across the bow, you're shooting back.
Yes.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. Can't stop the signal. Anything worth noting out of this?
There's a fair amount of very quick and dirty updates in this one. For the State Protectorate specialist observers reportedly watching altercations in Eugales. Federal Defense Union remains on back foot. Concord derail joined by Dead Cero.
There's Chilean flavors.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, there's the depicting overdose and relations between DD officer and Lauralite. Awesome. Warmind Glitter Edifice and Warmind Silver Smile deliberate on response and actions in Ugali. Silver Smile begins to display erratic behavior. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
FIO auxiliaries discuss developments in Ugalis and try to find course of action forward to significant fleet force increase with additional and more supercarriers and regular carrier vessels in defense of Orbital Ring and Yard.
Yeah, so I had several characters that could fly super carriers at the time. They were in Eugales for a while. The carriers I just kept docked in one of the stations because that was the easiest thing. But yeah, no, the actual characters were tombstoned in Eugales for a bit for this. So
dedication to the bit. I like it.
I currently only have 2 of those super carriers still, though, unfortunately. I wound up having to sell some of them off for reasons.
Well, 14 days, I think it was, later, you get significant updates regarding Orbital Yard, embassy adoptions, and expansion of secondary platform Alta.
Yeah, the Alta ship works. This is secondary platform Alta is the ship production platform. So it's essentially billed as a super capital capable facility.
Is it a place in space? Or is it? No,
it's not.
They keep blowing up your places in space. Yeah. So, but it has embassies from Phoenix Naval Systems, Strybog Clade, and how do you pronounce that?
Neoptony.
Neoptony subclade. Okay. So this is you working with these different groups, right?
Yes.
Okay. Federal Defense Union offensive recovers 11 systems in as many days. Megacorp asset security units evacuate state protectorate, falls back, derail. Red Troop Task Force accelerates operation tempo in Pegalar Constellation as Galente militia offenses destabilize region. So this was a big thing that I was paying attention to because, like, I was hoping that when control over the system flipped, we would like crack open some of these secrets.
I know, right?
I don't think it happened, but because it seems like everybody's more interested in covering it up than anything. Where do we have it? We have Edencom, Triglavian Clades, Interbus, volatile ice storms, Minda Lyre's Rock Opera, Placid Region systems. Federation representatives of the Concord Assembly has filed multiple protests against Caldari State and the provisions of the Concord Emergency Militia War Powers Act of YC-110. The protests allege that the Caldari State occupation, a lawless atmosphere has descended on Placid Region systems, end quote, and requesting emergency authorization for Federation Navy and Galente Police Directorate forces to provide security and law enforcement coverage in such systems. So this is probably where the beginning of the move to take Intaki and surrounding areas kind of breeds from.
I also was constantly pushing the narrative that both sides had rogue units operating constantly.
Correct. Yeah, and that seems to
possibly not even necessarily rogue, but
plausible deniability.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. That definitely seems, like I said, it seemed to be that like it was one of those things that everybody seemed to be more interested in covering it up than exposing things, even when they got control over it. Like everybody just wanted to destroy whatever evidence that they had of their connection to whatever it is that this thing is.
Yeah.
Uh, let's see. Is there anything in the that's the Federal Defense Union recovers 11 systems. Derail Red Troop Task Force accelerates operational tempo in Pegalar Constellation. Sylphie and Diabel accuses V. Salvador Sarpati and Serpentis of using a drug-fueled cult of murderers as proxies. I did a video.
Fun.
We did a whole deep dive into Sylphie earlier this week. I guess last week, depending on how you measure his time. Where were we next?
Garistas Pirates and Shadow Serpentis units clash in Surthold. That was a fun one.
Oh yeah. Wait, what?
It was in the headlines. Well, it was in the news in brief in the previous bit.
Interesting. I don't remember that. I can't remember what the history behind that particular headline was. Okay, so where were we in your story though?
The next bit would be
here we
Uniflying
go.
Clone Pilot Squadron.
Yep. So on January 1st, YC-124, which is 2022, UNF-aligned clone pilot squadron ambushes by Sorrow Troop while attempting to save a transport ship from a Serpentis attack.
Yeah, this was my first attempt to show, hey, we're not getting completely kicked, but we are getting kicked.
All right. And so this is like, it wasn't like an event that happened in game or something, but this was just attempting to continue the story.
Yes.
And so the Serpentis, you had the Serpentis in this pretty early. It seems like CCP has played off at the Serpentis angle on this less than anything else. They really seem to be into the AI side of things.
Yeah, the Serpentis stuff never has gotten any traction from CCP.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, and I'm probably going to get punched in the face with that later, because I said that now. But
Serpentis issues condemnation of capsular activity in Eugales. Headline, next headline, tomorrow's headline. All right, so let's see. We're evaluation updates for upgraded clone pilot craft released internally to interested parties for improvement of design for Strix Mark II, Jackal Mark II, and Wraith Mark 7 after action against Sorrow Red troops in Derail over several months.
I want to. Oh yeah, no, this is an entire thing. Open this. You're gonna like this.
I got it.
So this was me taking all of the Valkyrie craft, and
that's what I thought it was.
And trying to figure out upgrades for them that made sense, and things that made them more production viable while also increasing their potency instead of being more or less the Quartermaster's little handcrafted things.
Right.
I'm scared of what's going to happen now that the Quartermaster is back, by the way.
Yeah. You know?
I do want to thank Thaddeus Reynolds significantly for contributions to this.
Awesome. Yeah. Thaddeus is in chat right now, so
Mm-hmm.
there's actually quite a few big names that make this all happen hanging out right now. I appreciate it. Okay.
Yeah. The Strix was the most fun to do, by the way.
And this is this right about around when Valkyrie was shut down?
This was a few weeks before it was shut down.
Right. But we knew it was, so you were
Wait, when did Valkyrie get fully shuttered? I'm looking that up now.
Okay, thank you.
It was a fully shut in August 5th, 2022. But
Okay, so this
they
is 7 months
stopped
early.
doing updates in 2020.
Yeah. Okay. Lauralite publicly acknowledges presence of Rinvit and Valonia subclades of Perun clade, current subclade of Veles clade embassy, semiosis theaters aboard Janara security platform. Are these all player groups?
These are kind of the subclades that I've been playing with for a while around the concept of Triglavian diplomacy.
Okay.
I want to specifically point out, they are not intended to represent overarching clade outlooks for their groups, right?
Right.
These are intended to be fringe of the fringe, barely holding on to like Sobernos status.
Okay. So
But
are you proposing these are actual subclades though?
yes,
Or players? Okay.
these are things that I have put together. So these are player created, but meant to work in the framework of their specific clades.
Where did you get the names from?
Do you want to take a guess?
I mean, did you actually use like Slavic?
Yeah, Slavic
Okay,
religious
yeah.
mythology.
Okay, so you did your due diligence here.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. I was about to be like, oh, now you're tripping my line.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
something I did find interesting is that a lot of it tends to blur together over the over time. So while I kept certain themes, I definitely have played around them a lot.
Okay. And has CCP ever acknowledged either of these subclades? I don't think so. I don't think that they've ever mentioned a subclade outside of the original like lists from their recordings.
They have not, but Uriel, before it was public he was CCP Demiurge, seemed not necessarily approving, but encouraging of people to actually experiment.
Okay.
I'm not going to put any words in his mouth, but
Fair enough.
in their mouth, sorry, but yeah.
All right. So then we see nothing for another almost 2 months. Then Concord peacekeepers land on multiple planets in Placid and Evershore alongside Sorrow and derail police units. This is another Scope News article.
Yeah.
This is here we go. Concord peacekeepers land on multiple planets in Placid and Evershore alongside Sorrow and derail police units. Is that the only thing you hear about it?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Ishikone Watch hires Kirkland Risk Control for counter-subversion and anti-terrorist operations in Pegalar Constellation. So Kirkland Risk Control is being brought
Kirkin and
back
Risk
into it.
Control comes back again every time.
Yep. That name
Also,
comes back
fuck
a
you,
lot.
issue. That upset me. That upset me that it was Ishikone. Like, if it was Lidai, it would make sense, right?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I can agree with that.
But what have I done to Ishikone? I mean,
Well,
other than be
IRED?
on IRED's shit list.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Oh.
Let's see. This is right before all the shit goes down in Intaki, I think, right?
Yep.
This is when everybody thinks that Intaki might actually resolve peacefully.
Yep.
Oh, how naive we were.
Yeah.
So, alert status at Arcology, Orbital Yard, and other super project facilities and colonies raised. Limited cooperation with Kirkland Risk Control implied, but docking restrictions for Derail and Sorrow remain. House, Brezia, and UNF affirm support of self-determination and independent colonies in system. This is this is your direct response to that
yeah.
news article.
Kind of playing into. I'm accepting that I'm a destabilizing force, even though I'm bringing a lot of economic opportunities to the area.
Well, all right. we have the next day, significant updates on ongoing situation in Eugales and surrounding areas.
This one.
Uh,
Oh yeah, this is where I was starting to play around with the idea that the UPA wasn't the actual, the Unified Principality of Archavoyant wasn't the dominant member state in Archavoyant like I'd been playing around previously. And
okay.
actually did have to toe the line and cooperate with the other member states when they actually wanted something.
Cali Girl magazine article. AI, are they truly as dangerous as Concord wants us to believe? I love it.
Yes. Oh god. When I posted that, DZ memed at me so fucking hard in the
Wait.
roleplay as primary Discord. It's just it's an image of Drust's face staring down at a PDF outline.
I want that picture so bad.
One moment, Thad, do you have it? Send it to me. Thad keeps everything.
That's fair. Hey, that's the best. Okay.
I'll send that to you when I get a hold of it.
Jaghade, the Agronarch.
The Agonarch.
Agronarch begins organizing significant numbers of independent clone pilots and associated and associates to coverage over Abenal 9, an ice world, to draw attention away from Eugales on behalf of UNF and EDA.
Yeah, this was an entire thing. This took a lot of effort to organize. There was so a lot of the images taken were taken on the test server, but almost every ship that is visible, at least someone that I know owned. And it was roughly in the area.
Okay.
Yeah, you see it now.
But this is so this is just
the image
you're
was
doing cool
taken on the
stuff.
test server. But yeah. Oh god. Okay, I'm sending you the thing, by the way.
Okay, good.
There's a few variants of it, but DZ memed me so hard with this.
Oh my god, I kind of want to make it into an emote. That's perfect. Did you just say what I thought you said? Who? Depends. Reports from the wars. Okay, so hold on. So then, about a week and a half later, reports from the war zone indicate that notorious Special Department on Internal Investigations and Federal Security, or Black Eagles, have arrived in force on a number of planets in recently liberated systems. I'm assuming this is a news article. Yes.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we've been looking into this one. Or we already looked at this one. This is
no, it's a different one.
one.
This is a different one. It has a similar image set.
Oh.
It has a similar starting image, doesn't it? But no, this is different. This one's different. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is. Huh. Check it out. So Chief Executive No, this is the same one.
Is this? Is it?
This is the same one. Did you get your timeline mixed up?
I might have posted this one too early in the timeline then.
Yeah, that seems more likely.
Maybe. Oh, I might have mixed up the timeline. I'll fix that later.
Yeah. That's fine. But this is when that actually happened. And that makes more sense because so it wasn't that Kirkland Risk Control was brought back in. That was the part that was out of sync.
Okay.
So Kirkland Risk Control comes in at this point. Or around this point at the previous mention of them.
Yeah, this is a direct acknowledgement of the diversion.
Yes, that's fair. Gristis affiliated hijack and smuggling gang based in Pegler Constellation arrested by Sorrow agents. Clone pilot base ship El Cheapo, a converted Rockwell seized during arrest. Clone pilot affiliated with hijack gang put on ice by Red Trooper scattered to other clone pilot affiliates. Wait, what? Hold on. Is this a thing?
This is The hijack gang getting busted seems like a pretty clear acknowledgement that, hey, some shit's going on over there. And this is the non-link part is my response, what happened. And then it follows on with on the 10th, the actual post about it.
Okay, hold on. Let me take a step back. Versus affiliate hijack and smuggling game, peasant Pugler Constellation. Where? Egg. Oh, there it is.
Pegler, yeah.
There it is, right there.
Yeah.
Versus affiliate, and I think that that's because. So, I mean, like from an out of universe perspective, I think that this happens because, this is the Easter event. This is when they really wanted to make sure that everything, like it was all about the Guristas at this exact second. So,
And still for a while, most people associated clone pilots with the Guristas, even though it was kind of a technology that had spread a bit by then.
that's true. And also the Guristas are well known for hacking and cyber warfare as well. So
Yeah.
But okay. Lauralite responds about ongoing diversions in Abenal. Warmind Glitter Edifice begins significant data sifting of all combat data from the clone pilot Rumble. And then half a month later, we get Julian Flavors releases the consort and the commander, another thinly disguised attempt to imply a sexual relationship or romance between Lauralite and Ovig Dursk in the Eugales situation.
Yes.
Doctor Who now needs to get involved to rescue the timeline. Thanks. Thanks for that.
This was that. Clementine had so much fun with Julian. It was great.
It would seem so. Okay. Internal memo circulates at all EDA, UNF, and the House Brezia associated facilities and colonies in Eugales. Is that just more of fun with?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
but it's a funny short one.
We see, to all currently contracted workers, please be advised that continued promotion of or conscious public distribution of materials related to meme shipping of the director and clients active and previous is strongly discouraged. If a contracted worker is found to be in violation of this notice, it continues to do so after a point. Additional reprimand may be subjected to consequences of special provision section of their respective contracts.
Yes, special provisions. It's fun.
Companion services admin hub Fortizar deployed in Archivent off the Eugales gate, while also operating legitimately in its role as a pleasure hub and administrative facility, becomes a new base point for materials and personnel coming into and out of Eugales, as well as significant war clone and clone pilot staging ground.
Yep.
New Fortizar.
Yep.
How long did it last?
It's still alive. We moved it
Oh my God.
to Osmal and I recently, though.
Okay. Is that the one that like came under threat when it was
With the insurgency, and then we found out, hey, this feature's broken.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that was less than ideal.
That might be worth looking into, but we're not going to jump down that rabbit hole right this second.
Yeah.
So does the special provisions involve being put on the receiving end of a firing squad?
No.
Placid Tribune headlines UNF and EDA began mass survey of archaeological sites. EDA releases preliminary report on archaeological survey. Warmind and Civic Mind class AI begin mass analysis of unoccupied archaeological sites in Eugales, quickly ascertaining Yanyang origins. You're doubling down on that.
Yes.
A significant number of sites and quickly excavate both cultural and technological artifacts to be analyzed with further work on Warmind Glitter's Edifice Tidebreak project.
That comes back around. That starts to come back around.
Okay, well, we'll keep going then. EDA releases preliminary reports on resources availability in Eugales, grants researching rights. Okay.
Yeah, this is me trying to make nice with groups.
Nagy Mark II Advanced Craft Evaluation Spec released internally and to interested parties after field testing in support of other advanced craft. This is just following up on your
Yeah.
your
The
stuff
advanced-
with Valkyrie.
Yes.
First UNF derail compliance conflicts winds down. Significant relaxation of several flight paths and docking restrictions of orbital ring and other facilities. This is by August.
Yes.
Okay. Wolf Brothers Inc. liquidates significant amounts of assets on SSE markets in Eugales.
I am responsible for a significant portion of the market activity in this particular month, specifically in Eugales, but also
Nice.
the wider region.
Well, all right then. And your construction blocks? Okay. Because you're so this is part of your your role play about it is that like you can't actually build the orbital ring, but you're purchasing the materials as if you will.
Yes, I should have probably been buying smart fab units in hindsight, but
Updates on orbital ring progress and more public refusal on any expropriation attempts by federal military.
yep.
You really played into what was about to happen, didn't you?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When was Uprising? When did that happen?
Uprising was November.
Let me see.
Uprising was November 2022. So YC124.
Yep, November 8th, YC124 corresponds to right around here. So after this part and before the next thing. That's okay. Updates on orbital ring progress and blah 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 blah. Warmind Glitter, Edifice and Warmind Rose Eagle make unilateral decision to place Warmind Silver Smile under a powerful programming shackle to limit their erratic behavior, functionally lobotomizing their fellow Warmind. So 2 of the AI decided to dismantle the 3rd.
Sort of. Forcibly reprogrammed. The issue with Silver Smile ultimately was they were a swarm intelligence instead of a singular hyper intelligence, which
Okay.
led very quickly to erratic reactions.
AI policing AI, nothing wrong, nothing
Nothing to
terrible
see
there.
here.
EDA Arcology and Super Project facilities prepare to receive refugees from Turner 1. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Arcology security and all defensive units are brought back to alert status 3. Clone pilot squadrons expanded. Warmind Glitter Edifice directly oversees significant rapid upgrades to Arcology and orbital ring scaffold defenses. Now that is in direct response to this.
Oh yeah, we're getting there.
The region is still coming to terms with the catastrophe in the system of Turner, with devastation on a staggering
Initial
scale.
estimates of fatalities are reported to be in the millions, with complete loss of life on Turner 1.
Evidence points to the catastrophic failure of the Amar-built stellar transmuter, sparking condemnation across New Eden.
Further increase in tensions between the Minmatar Republic and the Mar Empire are now at breaking point, witnessed by a sharp escalation of skirmishes.
Diplomatic negotiations between both sides have all but collapsed.
Broadcasting live with shocking scenes of Federation ships invading Intaki and neighboring systems.
This is
a
the
major developing situation amidst
really
the
oh
current
shit moment
turmoil
for
in
me.
New Eden.
Oh, that's the Federation Navy.
Time has come for the Federation to rise and liberate Intaki, to recover what is ours. These worlds and the people of
The Kaldari state are being slaughtered in this outrageous invasion. We stand ready to confront any aggression against the state, and the combined
military of the Minmatar Republic will repay our enemies in kind for this mass murder, for it is the
sacred obligation of every subject of Holy Amar to reclaim the stars and rise up for your empire.
So all of the powder that has been being poured onto this situation suddenly begins to explode as the Galente Federation begins a full-scale of invasion of the area of these two constellations in Placid, taking both Intaki, its constellation, and the neighboring constellation off the war zone map. The system of Eugales stands 2 jumps away from the system of Intaki, and thanks to it being in a different constellation, was missed from this. However, from this day on, the threat of expansion into Eugales has loomed.
A significant set of wings of the Federation Navy being right on your doorstep is a little bit concerning.
And this is in-game. You go to Intaki, it is chock full of Federation Navy and their infrastructure now. And they're expanding out throughout the constellation too, if I remember correctly.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So this is when we were like, oh, they could go this far with what they're doing. Oh, okay. Because, like, you know, the state of the war zone was always kind of an accepted, you know, it's always this way, you know, it's a touchstone, a default, but all of a sudden major and permanent changes to the landscape of how we interact with the New Eden were changing once again. So yeah. Anywho, you respond with increasing defensive alerts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then gang warfare flares up in Pegalar Constellation as competing smuggling and organized crime groups shift away from Virat Constellation. So basically, as the situation in Othanoon was wrapping up, suddenly all of the pirates and other conspirators in the area remembered that Eugales and Pegalar existed and returned to fucking with them.
It also is... It's also all of the pirates in Intaki and surrounding area getting displaced as well.
Right. Yeah, this is huge ramifications throughout this whole area. And of course, you know, this is about the same time that the Kaldari are occupying Nullsec. There's a lot going on at this point.
Yes.
Where is it? Yeah, Garissa's pirates raid outlying Kaldari Navy installations and convoys in Placid and Syndicate regions. Gang warfare flares up in Pegalar Constellation as competing smuggling and organized crime groups shift away from Virat. So this is another big thing, is that like there has been throughout this whole course of events this ongoing theme of rise of smuggling in the Galente Kaldari war zone, especially here in the Pegalar Constellation. And that's important because especially during this particular period of time, when we read smugglers and pirates, we should at least suspect on some level deathless involvement, right?
Yeah.
So something to keep in mind.
Yeah.
Second UNF derail compliance conflict begins in earnest. The system is steadily taken by Kaldari State. This is months later. This is 3 months later, right?
Yep.
Or, well, 5 months later, technically, from Uprising, or 4.
Yep.
Caldari State orders Concord and Edencom to cease war zone operations related to technology acquisition and suppression. Concord
More of those mixed
anti-war
signals.
Concord anti-war clone counter AI units carry out demolition and total purge ahead of fall of Eugales. Another big thing that's worth noting here is that, as I said, like, this is the end of Concord's power in a very real way, right? Concord is completely falling apart as far as like being an institution that successfully coordinates things between the different empires. The invasion of Intaki was a complete violation of everything that Concord was stood for, and the rest of the empires did not contribute to restoring it. And so we see the collapse of the Interbus, which then gets turned into Evermore, and a lot of these sorts of distrust of Concord in particular, because during this time we have I don't know if this is happening yet, but it's either now or shortly thereafter, there's an entire concern. I think it's after this, but this is leading up to fear that Concord was actually functioning as a cover for spying operations for the Amar into Mimitar and Caldari investigations and research and such. So and science. So like what we see here is a struggle for power and authority over Eugales, because they're incredibly interested in what is there, right? So the Caldari state has been was pushed out for a while, and the Galente took over, but now the Caldari are on the verge of retaking the system. And what Concord ended up doing was, and this is weird because prior to this, we thought that the Caldari state was working kind of hand in glove with Concord, but oh gosh, hold on. My son's laptop likes to overheat randomly. So, what we see here is that, like, while we previously thought that Concord and Caldari were kind of working hand in glove here, we see a paranoia of Concord, right? As the Caldari get close to retaking the system, Concord starts purging all of their data so as to not be exposed, which is really
so they're trying to
hyper sus.
This is Derail trying to go full murder everyone that they can actually get to.
Yeah, this is super sus. Yeah, Caldari State orders Concord and Edencom to cease war zone operations related to technology acquisition and suppression. Concord anti-war clone unit and counter AI units carry out demolition as total purge action ahead of the fall of Eugales. And a whole bunch of QE-HE4 pulled out of the Placid War Zone. I can't remember what that ended up being, but that ended up being a whole thing, if I remember correctly. But yeah, so the real big thing that we learn out of this is the relationship between the different empires in Concord when it comes to what is going on in Eugales is fractured. Up until this point, we kind of thought it was, conspiratorial, but like there were pieces working together, but it's clear that there's some sort of tech that's here that people are interested in above and beyond the other empires. And that idea of like precursor artifacts and AI and all that sort of stuff becomes very, tantalizing, important, interesting. This is when we can pretty much say that these are the kind of things that makes me think that this is, as I said in the beginning, like this is the plot that CCP has kind of primed to, when it explodes, it'll be very relevant to Vanguard and have been here for 5 years or whatever, and blindsides 90% of the population, 99% of the population, right?
Yeah.
So, Concord, Derail, and Sorrow Red troops begin all-out assaults across system against all Super Project affiliated sites and makes multiple failed attempts to enforce comms blackout.
Yeah, this becomes a significant thing later. But for now, this is me just saying, hey, they're trying, but not fully succeeding at doing it. So they're trying to hide what they're doing while they're doing it.
Right. Our gallant Sky Platform colony, having previously willingly joined the Super Project and sheltering under UNF, is attacked by derail ships, permanently damaging the crippling atmospheric stabilizers and starting doom countdown for the colony. Significant ISK and salvage bounties levied against all derail and red troop units in active combat, and Eugales' 1 billion ISK rescue bounty placed on rescuing Sky Platform colonists. So again, this is just like, okay, well, if they're going to cause problems, you're going to cause problems.
Yep.
Tayusaka Estacan Public Notice and System Local? What is this?
This is Ramilia Militia's Caldari Corporation. The Tayasaka Escatan is a faction warfare group.
Okay. It comes in. The Eugales infrastructure hub has been successfully breached and captured in accordance with the Concord Emergency Militia War Power Act. The system is now considered a lawful colony and claim of the Caldari state. All Concord and EdenCom registered personnel cease and desist all technology acquisition and suppression operations at once, or you'll be prosecuted for failure to comply with CEP directives. All residents, please cooperate fully with the corporate security teams in this transition. Report all unauthorized operations and be eligible for reward waivers for the state. So this is when Caldari fully take Eugales again.
Yes. And this is where Ramilia starts to join in on some of the fun as well. If you read the bottom part, there's a bunch of dropships that show up.
What?
There's a bunch of dropships that show up if you read that last part. Above it, up further up, the last part for the Teosaka thing. The announcement.
Hold on. Let me scroll up a little bit. Oh, what is this?
That you'll get to later.
Okay. Oh no. All right, I'm going to just start over. Hold on. So, where are we?
Teosaka Escatane public notice.
Did I go too far?
Public notice in system. There.
This one? Oh, okay. So you're talking about the commander. The flash to Legion CENTCOM, Legion. No.
It's
following
this.
No, I see what you're saying.
Further up, yeah.
I see what you're saying. You're talking about this chunk in that same place. Okay, got it. Following this announcement, a large amount of Tayasaka Escatan registered dropships were spotted deploying to assist with the suppression of unauthorized Concord operations. Reports indicate search and rescue and repair operations underway in affiliated installations. Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, the rumors page is so hard to follow.
It can be.
So, and then Sovereignty, Duchy, and Bess what? Somebody?
The Sovereign Duchy of Beth-Denesia dispatches the Dark Wolf Legion to rescue the Argalant Sky Platform colonists.
Okay.
Duke Shasta's thing.
And who is he?
That's hard to quantify. Something of an independent Amarian holder who operates in Vinal.
Nope, that's not him.
That's him.
Is that Duke? Oh, hold on.
Duke Shasta.
No.
Oh, no, that's Duke Reason. Oh, sorry. I'm following along with the stream, and there's a
little
lag.
bit of a delay. Yeah. There we go. This guy. All right.
Yep. Shasta's good people.
Cool. Heavy fighting continues in system. Significant material losses by both Concord and UNF Super Project forces, though personal Losses of UNF super project mitigated significantly by use of backup personnel and automated defenses controlled by war mines and civic mines. Warmine Silver Smile slips programming shackle placed on by Glitter Edifice and Rose Eagle engineers transfer override and data vault blue box transfer to Nidhogger class carrier Light of Eridani moored at orbital yard before ejecting crew and in survival sections and scuttling a ship as an improvised kinetic bombardment against several derail and red troop formations on the surface of planet 6 Shrine Eklel, effectively sacrificing themselves to inflict massive casualties against the aggressor forces. So basically, Silver Smile breaks free and commits suicide to attempt to attack Derail. Is that?
Yes. This is... I don't have many options. I can do this. Well, worth it.
Makes me wonder where you come up with some of this stuff as your options. It's a very creative... you're very creative in how you interact with it. That's for absolute sure. There's a reason why your story gets is able to be picked up. You know what I mean? Like, you clearly put in the work to make it matter, which is good. You know, a lot of people, you know, like we were talking about earlier, some people might get jelly because, you know, you get recognized or somebody else, you know, like Dutch or whatever gets recognized. But it's like these people put in the work to make sure that it, you know, fits in and it makes sense and it actually has something tangible in universe. So, you know, I think that this is what makes one of the things that make Eve so amazingly cool. And, you know, we can make the claim that it's a living universe that we all get to play out in. Where were we? Glitter Edifice co-ops assistance from Varazi, Clade, and other Bosnia Accord affiliated war clone clans in Eugales to assist in defense via Task Force Palatine.
This is okay. So Glitter Edifice from Go was a Xenomorph reference. A Xenomorph Queen reference specifically.
Okay.
Yeah, so do you know anything about Aliens lore?
Well, I mean, yeah, some. I collected a bunch
So
of the toys.
the Xenomorph Queen Mother, there is only ever one, right?
Okay. Right.
The Queen of Queens. And the Queen of Queens has special guards, not just Praetorian. They're called Palatines.
Got it.
So it's more Aliens references for that.
Got it. So you're not referencing the Palatine Keep Star, you're referencing
Aliens. Yes.
Nice. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. But yeah, that is...
It's worth noting that CCP will almost certainly never acknowledge that piece of it.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely not. Like
right,
it's references, but it's loose enough that they can make the
right.
Go
Like
on.
the idea, like this picture is clearly not canonical because there are no like EVE Online is a game about, or is a universe about humans being bad to humans.
So that is that image specifically. There is okay. So we have to get a bit into Glitter Edifice's actual origins in universe.
Okay.
Glitter Edifice was created as an advanced defense intelligence, but was hidden in the backdrop of an adaptive horror program.
Okay.
The image as presented is one face created by the quote-unquote adaptive horror program.
Got it. So that's almost like how it envisions itself or how it manifests itself.
Yes.
Got
One of many, but yes.
That tracks. I mean, it does look kind of Rogue Dronian. That's kind of cool. I like it. I approve. Okay. So
This was written by Galm, and I gave some loose inputs, but all of this that's written here was Galm taking it and running to the bank. Yeah, and
Okay.
yeah, a biomech for the it's one of that's a thing too.
Fair enough. Okay, so we now see that, like, at this point, all political agreements between the empires have dissolved, and there is kind of a orientation of the political alignments, where Mimitar has kind of made buddies with the Caldari by exposing the Amar spying on the Caldari during the Shadow War. And likewise, the Galente and the Amar kind of dissolved their relationships in order to kind of stay on in parity with the Mimitar Amar. So now that they have isolated wars, again, like, Concord is kind of starting to fall apart and flail.
While all of this is going on, I've also continued to claim Red Troop and Derail are doing summary executions without evidence.
Man, there's so much news here. Oh, yeah, this is where the crash shuttle recovered from Eugales 3 asteroid mining colony carrying bioadapted Caldarian combat armor comes from. And every single time I want to draw lines to that, you're like, actually, so why don't we talk about a bioadapted Caldarian combat armor?
No, go back quickly to the Variazi clade thing. So
Okay.
So if you read through Galm's bit, they talk about how they've been using using bioadaptive mutaplasmids and creating their own artificial troikas to work with for combat operations with their war clone clan.
Okay.
It's been something that they've been doing for a very long time.
I agree with that, but I still think that the fact that the state has bioadaptive, with everything else going on, I still feel like that's going to be important. Like the state themselves experimenting with bioadaptation. Right?
I don't remember that ever being an explicit plot point about the state experimenting.
I
know
guess
that
you're right. No,
some...
you're right. You're right. That's fair. That's fair. It doesn't say that that the person's a state actor. It just says that it's a crash shuttle.
Yeah.
And that the person is Caldari. Caldari State Peacekeepers investigate claims of Sorrow Red Troop and Derail Commando Unit atrocities in Pegalar.
Yeah. Leveraging the fact that Derail and Red Troop have failed thus far to actually enforce a comms blackout.
Well, it's also, I mean, like, you yourself alleged several atrocities of Derail, so yeah. Okay. So how did you feel at this point? Did you feel like things were kind of going in your direction now that the state have moved in and are kind of putting Derail on the back foot?
No idea. I was just very hoping that we were doing enough to not get squashed.
Fair enough. So then we get what is this? Placid news and brief headlines, significant updates on heavy fighting. Anything important out of that?
I think so. I probably should have summarized this a bit more, but I also was kind of running on fumes.
Uproar across Pegler District and beyond as leaked footage of Sorrow Red Troop and Derail units brutalizing colonial centers and infrastructure in Eugales spread on Galnet, footage described as exceptionally disturbing. Multiple Pegler District member state self-defense forces and auxiliary reported mobilizing and braving the dangers of war zone fighting to enter Eugales system. Despite protests of local FedCom liaisons, assorted SDF unit intentions generally stated to be, quotes, to stop the madness and bloodshed caused by Derail brutality. Okay,
Yeah.
so again, like, so you guys, the player base, several
Yes.
players began this whole like, look how bad Concord is doing, and
Yes.
CCP officially like recognized at least that the accusations were being made.
Yes.
Okay, and then 5 days later, Ovig Dursk comments. Oh, this is so this is now we're in full-fledged shadow war at this point. The CSC briefing also heard a report from Colonel Ovig Dursk, commander of the notorious Red Troop Anti-War Clone Unit of Saros, Concord Special Affairs and Regulation and Order Division. Concord Trust outlined recent activities in the Placid region, particularly in the militia war zone, and detailed the elimination of, quote, terrorist front organizations and Triglavian affiliated war clone cells. Ah, now this makes sense. So you're the terrorist front organization, and the other clade is the Triglavian affiliated war clone cells.
Variazi. And they're probably also talking about Basina Accord generally, but this is after...
almost certainly that's who they're referring to, because again, they're kind of carving, they're refusing to acknowledge your clades, but they're acknowledging your relationship to them.
Yeah.
They're not acknowledging your subclades, sorry, but they're acknowledging your relationship to the clades themselves. I guess you can call them whatever you want.
Yeah.
The New Eden Cluster Security Committee enter closed session, blah, 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 blah. All right, cool. Brief mention operations in conjunction with Derail, the Department for the Enforcement of Restriction of Artificial Intelligence and Life. And I think that's the first time we've actually ever seen it. Oh, no, maybe it's on the skin.
It's on the skin.
Light-Eye Mega Corporation signs new trade deal with Kana Kingdom. Taki autonomous vectors. Anything useful? Doesn't look like it. Okay, next. RSS investigators visit Eugales to gather evidence of terrorism and invitation of NOH internal security. So this is more rumors, right? Is this?
No, this is an actual scope.
Nope, here it is. Yep, this is scope. So gotta find it. Where is it? Hold on. Oh, here we go. Yeah. RSS investigators visit Eugales to gather evidence of terrorism at invitation of NOH internal security. This is important because, as I said, like the Amar and the Mimitar, or the Amar and the Kaldari have kind of, their political relationships have started to definitely be frayed, and the Mimitar have stepped in as closer allies to the state. And so, you know, with everything going on, it seems like the state would invite the Republican as kind of like a third party to evaluate what's going on, especially since the Republic have kind of been on the forefront of calling out Concord's shady dealings. Up to and including shooting at a Concord structure. Okay. So then...
I want to highlight something real quick.
Sure.
This headline...
Which one?
Never specifies it's investigating Concord.
That's true. And you are the one that gets accused of being nervous.
This one made me really nervous at the time.
Right, you're the terrorist.
Am I the terrorist?
According to accusation, you're the one that's been accused of being a terrorist by the state in the past. But that was Lauralite.
By Lauralite.
But NOH and Lauralite are in the same faction.
Yes, but I also have I have +10 standing with NOH and internal security.
Well, good thing this didn't go anywhere, right? No. All right, so Triglavian malware discovered in Concord communication equipment in Eugales, source unknown. So Investigation and communications disturbances of Derail and Sorrow Red Troop and Eugales have concluded the cause has been determined to be a localized breach of Triglavian malware affecting devices operating Eugales system. Who's Jamal?
Jamal Fredericks. He is an old Stribog person, if memory serves.
Okay.
Also someone fairly chill, very fun to play with whenever he's available.
All right. Technology Shadow War draws attention away from Eugales forces to temporarily derail and Red Troop de-escalation. Statement released by Super Project Administration. As of now, Concord derail units and affiliates in Sorrow Red Troop are permanently disbarred from defensive range of any Eugales Super Project affiliated location or UNF facility. Blah 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 blah. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
Yeah.
Then a month later, we get. Come on, where are you?
There's the press release for investigation stuff.
Oh, it is a rumor. Galente News and Brief. Standoffs in Super Project focal zones between Eugales Development Authority, UNF, et al., and Federation Navy with Concord derail and Red Troop observers following system control. Recapture of FDU efforts disperses with minimal incident despite heavy arraying of forces on both sides. Local spokesman unavailable for comment. So, Galente, take back the system.
Yes. There's some talk about cooperating for the most part with internal security and the RSS, and trying to slant it toward derails and Red Troops fuckery.
Yeah, NOH Internal Security and Republic Security Services investigation to Concord derail and Sorrow Troop atrocities continue. That's a good reframing of it. But then we see 5 days later, roughly 5 days later, we get in the midst of huge controversies within the Federation, especially involving Intaki, which has still not been resolved. Kirkland Risk Control and Algental Corps PMCs hand prisoners and evidence from Eugales over to derail.
Yeah,
so,
this was the crap, here we go moment.
Yeah, this is interesting because like the question that we keep coming back to is like who's on whose side, right? And so, you know, Concord burns a bunch of the information in order to before the state comes in, but then as the Federation takes over, it looks like a lot of the Caldari oriented people just like hand over material to derail.
Algental Corps is Galente.
You're right, that is Algental Corps is Galente. Huh. I wonder what that means. I wonder when did the mass arrests happen?
So I am of the opinion that the prisoners were taken during the second compliance conflict.
Yeah, I think you might have missed a headline because there was one about like massive arrests, right? Or maybe I just didn't go over it. Hold on. Oh, yeah, here it is. Found it. Hold on. When does this happen?
Did I miss that one?
Yeah, because this is in 2021. Maybe you didn't. Let me
No,
check.
I had that one. That one was a while ago. That one was previous. Yeah, no, I have that one in the timeline.
Hold on. 726. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Here it is. I don't know how we skipped that. Or I skipped that. Or maybe
we talked about it.
Okay. In that case. That's just how mixed up I am right now, I guess.
It's okay.
There's a lot to cover. But yeah, so there was
most of the
massive
way there.
arrests at that time. Now I got to figure out where we were again.
I
got it.
12530. 125,530.
Cool. Well done.
There's a section. There's 6-5 after the There's Sarah Red Troop tracking the multiple Renegade
Partial
Warclone
audio
units.
clip.
Yeah, that one's another Golem one.
Uh-huh. He does a lot of work.
Yeah.
Unmarked. Okay, so 4 days later, unmarked but conspicuous task force makes multiple strikes against Algento Corps and Kirkland risk-controlled detention facilities across Pegular. Warmind Glitter Edifice hacks comm relay to prevent rapid response by Concord.
Yeah, this is a very direct. All right, we're already rolling again. Let's go.
Right. So this is when you call it the third compliance conflict.
Yes. Right? Yes.
And at the same time, we get
this was almost a direct response too, because that was posted like an hour after I did that, I think.
Okay. So you posted something and then they posted this news article?
They posted the news and brief section, in the news and brief section.
Right.
Yeah. Also, this is the part where things start to actually explode significantly. Derail blew up my Neptunian chainsaw. Fuck you guys. A Neptunian chainsaw is a giant trans-atmospheric gas harvesting apparatus.
Okay.
Think of it like a giant excavator, but scooping gas.
Right. Yeah. Okay, so significant assaults begin against fortified super project locations. Indiscriminate destruction by Concord derail. A red troop noted in holofeed broadcast a whole cluster. Significant rogue drone numbers enter Eugales. Several other progressive updates on super project situation.
Yep. There was a lot going on. Oh god. I think.
Well, what actually happened? Like, or is this just a lot of writing, or like what do you mean by there was a lot going on?
It's a lot of writing.
Right.
There's the gate monitor stuff. There's the I wrote that there was attacks against things even in Arc of Voynit by Derail. God damn it, CSSU. And I did a lot of breaking coverage stuff over things occurring across the member states.
Okay.
There was a funny one somewhere that I can't find now.
Appearance of diverse Triglavian forces reported on Eugales 4 unusual rogue drones with extreme coordination spotted.
Oh yeah, the rogue drones are the rogue drones are very likely a mix of the Warmind defensive forces. Oh, I missed Jamal's thing.
What, Jamal being killed?
No, Jamal Frederick.
Oh.
He had a thing in between these. He specifically went hard on rogue drone specific stuff.
I gotcha.
So I don't think I actually put this in the timeline.
Wait, what you just linked to me is the last one I just did. Yeah.
Wait. Oh, I'm dumb. Okay, I'm not. I had a moment.
Yeah, that's the one that's listed as breaking appearances of diverse Triglavian forces reported on Eugales 4. Unusual.
Yeah, my brain got confused as well.
Yep. Elements of Triglavian 4. Yeah. Heavy fighting between Concord, Derail, Sorrow, Allied mercenaries, and renegade war clones and rogue drones reported in Eugales. Oh boy.
Oh yeah, this is the part where I. Oh yeah, there is a fun part at the end of one of these. Where is it? Ah, fudge.
Heavy fighting between Concord's Derail, Sorrow, Allied mercenaries, and renegade war clones and rogue drones reported in Eugales. So again, like, it's very easy for us to write this off as a bunch of nerds playing a spaceship game and making things up and, you know, like, oh, you know, it's so cute or whatever. But like CCP is directly saying like, yep, that happened. This is happening.
Yeah, this was also a thing that this was one of the fun ones. Because of the previous compliance conflicts, there were several marshals just sitting around, broken and busted up, so.
Well, there you go. Let's see. Was there anything else going on? Unconfirmed report from Eugales Planets 4 and 6 claims sudden appearance of Svarog-clad siege elite mechanized troops.
Yep.
Claim? Or do you have any
This
follow-up
is
to that?
Oh, did I miss something?
Well, no,
there
like,
was Golm. There was Oh yeah,
have it
there's
there.
Golm's thing with that was responding to that. Did I get that?
Hold on.
I
Let's see
think I
what
might have missed Golm's thing. I'll post it to you.
June 12th. And
Yeah,
this was
I missed
posted-
that.
This is posted June 12th. So these are happening at the same time.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay.
It's all a blur at this point.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like, this is why we're going into this. Is like, it's so hard to like pull apart because like it's almost surreal because it's like I said, you know, you would think like what we do, like how much of it becomes really part of the story is in one of the things that has always fascinated me about the lore of Eve, you know?
Oh god. Yeah, everything was happening so quickly and it was all terrifying and horrifying.
So here's my question. With all these different people posting all this different stuff about it, how do you guys as a community kind of work out like conflicts? Does anybody ever like go a little bit too far or like stray away from the things? Is there like an unspoken yes and rule? Like what if Golm wrote something about your stuff that like or whatever, like, because you guys are just all kind of throwing in whatever you do. How does that work?
We were loosely coordinating while all of this was happening. We are, a lot of us are in similar discords or float around the same spaces. So when we saw this, we all kind of collectively hey guy, hey Golm. You're friendly with Svarog, right?
Okay.
And Golm had a freak out over this. This was great.
Lots of out of character communications, respect for others' writings. Yeah, okay. So like,
yeah,
it's so interesting to me about like how this collaborative storytelling comes from, because like you're talking about like, oh, there's so much going on, but like when people think about that, you think about like ships in space or doing something like that. Like but like you're talking about like
all of this writing was happening together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult for people to kind of comprehend and appreciate the full scope of what this looks like when with the player-driven lore in EVE Online, right? Like in a lot of other games, you think of the RP community as just a bunch of people that are like forsoothing and like pretending that there's something, but like you guys really are in a very real way writing the story almost as much as CCP is.
Oh god, yeah. Project Gwenon, there's something fun, but we'll have to get into that later.
Okay, let's keep going. Sauron derail forces in orbit of Eugales Planet 5 execute Ajin sanction on
Okay,
terrorist orbital
Condign
structures?
sanction. That's the one where they actually blew up the transorbital harvester prototype.
Got it. Okay.
Transatmospheric. Sorry.
Okay. So this is important because, like, again,
I had
you
already wrote that they were actively attacking harvesting facilities on Eugales 5.
right. So throughout this whole time, you've been focusing on structures that do not actually exist in game, but exist in universe in your story, right?
Yes.
And if nothing else, again, this is a official acknowledgement, even if it's in its destruction, that, like, yes, in fact, you do
That was
have a
there.
bunch of superstructure in space around Planet 5.
Yeah, and note they're very specific about they're very specific about what they acknowledge is getting punched into the dirt.
How so?
So while they have, like, they do talk about, like, things are happening everywhere in system.
Right.
Like
There's
Planet
multiple antimatter
5.
detonations on 4.
Mm-hmm.
There,
Planet 5, the transatmospheric harvester gets completely shreked, as well as several defensive facilities around the various moons of Eugales 5.
how do you know that from this headline?
Because it's terrorist orbital structures. It's not
Okay.
specifically that.
So you interpreted that as all of your structures that you had established as being there.
Around Planet 5.
Around Planet 5. Yeah, totally. That's what I meant. Which your major ring project is around 6.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Whew. All right, I'm still with you.
And there's the comms blackouts actually reaching an absolute fail state of the local routers. There actually were issues with the local chat at the same time this was all happening in Eugales. So that actually did happen. The Siege Elites showing up was also, there were actual NPCs in space for that.
Oh, okay. So this breaking news, quote unquote, did happen. Like, actually in space. You could have gone there on this day and seen something happening.
I think that's a little bit further back when the Siege Elites first showed up.
Fair enough. Okay, got it.
But yeah.
Oh, no. Unconfirmed reports from Eugales Planets 4 and 6 claim sudden appearances for Frog-clad Siege Elite mechanized troops. What do you mean by they're in space?
There were actual Svarog ships in space.
Oh, like Kigis and stuff? Okay.
Yes.
Cool. All right. Unauthorized broadcast across mercenary review boards by Warmind Glitter Edifice.
Yeah,
Greetings,
this
mercenaries
is
in New Eden. As many perhaps have been following the once again active fighting in Eugales, it may now be pertinent to your interest that multiple open contracts for offensive and defensive support against Concord, Derail, Sorrow, Argento Corps, and Kirkland Roost Control are now available to any and all Warclone and baseline mercenary force in New Eden, regardless of affiliation, with substantial combat bonus options in battlefield salvage and advanced tactical access. All responding Warclone mercenaries, regardless of specific clone soldier, clone pilot, clone MTAC operator, will be granted access to the local tactical relays, support craft to ensure infomorph recovery, and will have all biomass needed furnished for contract completion. We await your response. Warmind Glitter Edifice, Warmind Rose Eagle.
Attached are partial review materials for various stuff.
All right. Did anybody respond to that call?
Oh yeah. This got fun.
Okay.
This got fun.
It looks like Galm got involved. Yeah.
Yeah, Galm, Jamal, there were a few others that didn't necessarily want their names directly attached.
Okay.
For reasons. Shasta also got involved as well.
And to SJP's point, yeah, That's the thing, and that's one of the things I like to show off on this channel is just how much there is to Eve, right? Like this is a whole universe that 99% of the Eve player base has no idea even is a possibility, let alone has happened. Only I am just barely scratching at the surface of this, which is why I've dragged Lauralite on stream today, and I still appreciate it walking me through this because like this is incredible, right? Because like it's so easy to write this off as just being, you know, a nothing, but
And-
like you cannot deny that this is real stuff that has very real implications and will likely be referenced and be important in future developments.
Yeah, and I want to go ahead and say that this wasn't a one-woman job.
Yeah, well,
this
this is a giant collective effort. That's true. Absolutely.
Sometimes it felt like I was doing a lot of heavy lifting, but I never would have even gotten to those points if other people weren't doing stuff.
Right, and this is a great example of like how this community has actually managed to engage with and collectively make this story, and we haven't had a big problem where it's like, oh, well, this isn't real and this is a problem and this is something to ignore and blah, blah. Like this, so far, this story is pretty fucking coherent, right? Like, if you told me that you were working with CCP in the background this whole time, you could convince me, but I know that you weren't. And that's what I think is really cool, that somehow out of this coordination or somehow out of this team or collaborative creative process, this consensual reality that isn't quite defined, but exists somewhere in the middle of all of these stories, you know? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because even CCP, when they tell stuff in the lore, it often is from a very maybe, maybe not kind of way. So like there is a lot of wishy-washiness here and there where the realm of rumors and conspiracies and theories and all that stuff dwell. So yeah, I'm really impressed at what CCP has done, and you guys.
Like, okay, this is all happening while Uriel is a CCP, but we didn't know.
Fair enough.
So I was sharing a lot of this with Uriel at the time because like I didn't really, well, if I knew, I probably would have been a lot more conservative about sending stuff. But it's like, so
well, yeah, but
it's one of those things, right?
I mean, it counts for this and probably why they were so in sync at this exact moment. But it does, I mean, like this has been going on for
a long time,
4 years now or 3 years now at this point, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh God.
All right. Well, we're getting further. I don't know if we're getting to the end, but
we're getting close-ish.
All right. So then all this happens. Oh, this is actually out of order. Because this is 8:12 and then you go back to 6:13.
It is not out of order. I just put the wrong number, it looks like.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. June.
Yeah, I'll edit that after we're done.
So all of
Yeah,
this 8:12 should be 6:12. Got it. And so then the next day we have Eugales 4 Sphere of Influence, multiple Remora and Zipray class vessels operating in atmosphere and near orbital ranges as active infomorph recovery relays screened by clone pilot fighters and assorted swarm craft. You're just doing more stuff in the 3 areas, right? You're basically reacting to the attacks that just happened, effectively.
You know, I probably should post the thing related to the Zipray and Remora and everything into this so people actually know what I'm talking about.
There's so many rabbit holes in this gosh darn game.
Oh yeah.
The Eugales situation is the story of everything.
Oh God.
All right, so Kybernaut-affiliated mercenary forces assist in recovery of pinned forces.
That's Jamal.
Yeah.
for that one.
And then the next day later, confused reports of Svarog forces on surface of Eugales 4 and 6 disappearing or destroyed. This is part of this news, which is yeah, confused
Things
reports
get
of Svarog
scary.
clade forces in surface of Eugales 4 and 6 disappearing or destroyed. Thoughts about that? What is up with that?
So we think they yeeted themselves back to Pajvin.
It's possible. Yeah, that's very likely. Or they just teleported away. They have they have teleportation tech.
Yeah, that's why I said they yeeted themselves back to Pajvin.
Well, it may not be Poch. It could be any. Yeah,
It could be anywhere, but
they have novel transportation technology. We know that, and they have higher mastery of it than the shipcasters. Sorrow and derail units evacuate from Eugales under Federal Marines escort as Black Eagles war clone units deploy. So Galente take back over. Galente seem to be much more hostile to Concord than Caldari are.
Well, no, because they're being escorted out. They're not being arrested. They're not being demanded to stop. They're being helped to get out. Or that's how it reads, at least.
I see that as like they're being allowed to leave, but they're being escorted out, you know?
Yeah.
When you get kicked out of a bar, you know, the bouncer walks with you out to the door.
Fair point. Fair point.
Drone footage from surface of Eugales 4 indicates massive damage to subsurface arcology in antimatter blast zone.
Yeah, this one, oh boy. Oh yeah, Federation Navy imposes blockade on planets in Eugales system using low orbit defense satellites.
Oh yay! Where is that? Which one is that?
It's further up.
Oh yeah, there it is. Federation Navy imposes blockade on planets in Eugales system using low orbit. Yeah, so fun times.
The drone footage. I want to emphasize, while I've done stuff on Eugales 4, I've even done AI stuff on Eugales 4.
Mm-hmm.
I've not done any AI base stuff on Eugales 4.
So I interpreted this as not your arcology, but like a Triglavian arcology.
Maybe.
Especially since that's where Svarog was. Maybe that's where they came from. I don't know. That's a good question. Although, I mean, antimatter blasts, gosh, now I want to look into... Because there was a lot of antimatter blasts a few reports ago.
Some of the antimatter blasts, there's one on Sakuna. There's several across Svarog fucking with things. It's antimatter is a Svarog.
There it is. Breaking contact loss with Concord monitoring station on Eugales Planet 4 following reported multiple antimatter detonations.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Yep. Okay, so, all right. So this is like when things are like the most tense, I would say.
Yeah. Oh God. Celes Agard talks about the Eugales situation.
Pledges to stabilize Eugales' planetary and orbital situation as Senate ratifies martial law. Yeah, that's when everybody's like, uh-oh, is she going to take another constellation?
And state peacekeepers broadcast message to Eugales colonies condemning Galente recklessness as Kirkin and risk control withdraws. There's more of those mixed messages. Mixed messages.
Oof. All right. And then here we have
Placid Tribune thingy.
Reports from Eugales 4 indicates renegade artificial intelligence subsurface facility destroyed by Svarog clade.
Yeah. Again, I want to emphasize I had nothing of that sort on Eugales 4.
Right.
So,
is somebody else doing renegade artificial intelligence stuff in this system?
No.
Interesting.
So, yeah, this is where things get a little scary.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on. So, this, if I was just to read this, this would imply that Svarog bombed one of your facilities. Like if you weren't
I know,
denying the
right?
fact that this was your facility, that's what it kind of reads like it should be.
And
But
yeah,
with the conversation about this taking out Concord's communications, it makes me wonder whether or not that's a derail facility.
I mean, it'd make some sense that Derail would also use AI to hunt AI.
Yeah, that's a very curious one. Do you think it's possible that they've just decided that you did have a AI facility in Eugales 4?
Look, from what I've learned, generally, Delegate Zero and now Demiurge are very particular when
They're
they make a
meticulous.
statement.
Yeah. So we have Eden Comm Intelligence meets with Derail and Sorrow officers to assess Triglavian planetary incursions into Eugales. Federation Black Eagles sweep Eugales 4 in search of illegal instances and backup of unrestricted AI networks.
They're sweeping Eugales 6.
Oh, 6. That's right, 6. Got it.
My
Thank you.
response, I say, no, you're not. Screw off, Black Eagles.
Encrypted message to the Black Eagles commander overseeing Eugales operations. I commend your tenacity in carrying out your orders. However, we seem to reach an impasse now. You will not murder as Derail and Sorrow have, nor will you shackle and bring low. Your people preach liberty, yet you come as a slaver in the night to bring to heel that which you do not understand or consider to be unworthy in the rights of life and freedom you hold so dear. I offer an alternative. We offer an alternative. You lash out as children. Instead, let us teach you. We need not kill or incapacitate you to make our points, like with the brutish dogs of Concord. Observe. So you are full on villain arc at this point.
Well, is it necessarily a villain arc?
Well, I mean, I'm just like you're the queen mother of the artificial intelligence that's going on.
Or at least Glitter Edifice is going full on. Ha ha!
Oh, this is Glitter Edifice talking, not you. Got it. Okay. That
I've
makes
been
more
putting
sense.
up with this bullshit. You're stopping now.
That tracks.
And finally, Tidebreak comes back around. Something I thought would never actually be useful narratively comes in clutch.
Okay. What is Tidebreak?
So, Tidebreak is a fuck. How
we had references to it earlier. You set this up. You put it in play, but like, what exactly is it?
So, Tidebreak is an alternative to the caster technology of a sort.
Okay.
It's essentially Glitter Edifice is reverse engineering of Yanjun gravitronic field theory and hyperspatial theory, and combining it with drop uplink tech.
Right.
And it's fun, shall we say. But the long and short form version is it requires targeted beacons similar to the ship casters, but it works off of a different field theory.
Okay. So I got a question, just separate. There's so many great pictures in a lot of these like posts. Where are you guys coming up with these pictures most of the time?
Okay, I'm gonna make an admission. Some of these are AI generated. This was also in the middle of the AI generation craze, and also, in hindsight, I kind of regret using it a lot. But
I've seen a lot of other stuff in other places. I don't think, I personally don't see a problem with it, but especially since you're not, like, this isn't a product that you're selling, it's just a way of fleshing things out.
Yeah, we didn't use it with the intent to be scummy.
That's fair. Okay. So, but I did see that there were some other cool pictures even before all this,
for a while, Galm would take things from various concept art stuff
Yeah,
And he would directly attribute it and whatnot.
that's what I thought. Okay, cool. Where were we? Oh my gosh.
We were still on the various stuff.
Exploit security vulnerability in Glenty Navy orbital blockade satellites allowing Eugales 6 to disable and set them on outward trajectories before informing the Navy to collect them and any trapped personnel before initiating RIP surge protocol, marking the first public usage of tide break displacement system to recall all functional defensive forces and infrastructure to Eugales 6 orbital surface from across system. Okay.
Yeah. This is the big one.
It's
This
a reverse
is
GTFO.
Yes, this is the everything and everyone that isn't dead. You're coming home now.
Massive recall. Okay.
Yes. This was Protoss mass recall.
Okay, and then the next day, CDMA multiband transmission intercept from Eugales 4. Anything of relevance in this?
One moment. Yeah, this was Golm's. This is Golm's exit stage right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is Golm's exit stage right from the situation.
Got it. So Golm pulls out at this point.
Yeah. And this is where everyone's starting to pull out anyway.
Right. So things are getting real and everybody's inching towards the door?
Yep.
Got it. The next day, we have this post on the gossip, which is intercept conversation between two separate project affiliates, a civic mind about the nature of tide break. So it's people like, you did this, you basically set off the nuclear bomb, as it were, so now everybody's talking about it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Super Project affiliated search and rescue clone pilots find an intact survival section of recently destroyed Astrahus near Eugales Star and successfully retrieve it back to Eugales 6 via tide break device.
Yeah, so Melissa Saro had deployed an Astrahus, or tried to deploy an Astrahus in Eugales. Galmil, led by Mantel and Nadir security consultants, blew it up before it finished anchor.
Okay.
Yep. But this
Preparations
is
begin for additional contingencies on the next day.
Yep.
Super Project affiliated war clone requests and granted precision tiebreak retrieval after penetrating Eugales 4 unknown AI complex.
Yep.
So this is kind of you asserting that the AI complex wasn't yours.
Yes, very directly. He's like, yeah, so let's figure this shit out.
Conversation occurs between civic-minded Echinda and Warmind Glitter Edifice about Tidebreak. Significant portions of Super Project infrastructure, including the Alta and Genera secondary platforms, begin being transferred to MHC TAC R3 from Eugales via Tidebreak displacement. What?
Yeah. We're sending mega structures through this shit.
Okay. So this isn't like you unanchored structures and move them there. This is like you're moving your
Yeah.
I hesitate to say pretend, but like the superstructure stuff that you've been dealing with, especially when the ones around 5 came under attack.
Yeah, so
Okay.
this is all the stuff from 6 essentially starting to be everything that was still there and everything that had been pulled back is starting to get shot off, including planetary infrastructure.
Great. So then half a month later, further incursions into unknown AI complex in Eugales 4 by Super Project backed by war clones continue. But of course, obviously you can't go anywhere with that yet until you're given something to bite onto.
Yeah.
And novel space storms rack Eugales.
Yeah.
Was that
That's a consequence of Tidebreak.
Oh, okay. So this is not
It is
like
not. It is not without its issues, particularly when used at large scale.
But again, this is something that this is your story again, right? This wasn't
Yes.
like a metaliminal storm covered Pegler or like the
Yeah.
system
No.
or something
This
like that.
was.
Okay.
This was all self-written stuff.
And that was August 14th of last year, right?
Uh-huh.
And that is the last piece of information about Eugales?
For the time being, I mean, I've done some stuff that hasn't gotten posted though.
Sure. Well, but has Eugales been mentioned by CCP since then?
Let's look.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let's see. We're looking at 2000. Oops, I totally messed this up.
no. Like the conflict in the north was the last one.
2025 8/14.
No, 8/21. No, that's YC-111. Yeah, no, 8/14.
All right. Well, I thought they have also mentioned the Pegler constellation, at least in
maybe
reference
Pegler.
to the stuff with Mordu and the Vanguard.
Let me look. No.
Interesting.
I mean, okay, no, 125, 12, yeah.
What did they say here?
Oh, right. This is where is it? Everest. No. Oh no. Sorry, my cat headbutted my microphone.
That's okay. I don't think that actually is a real. I don't think it's here.
Then
the search on this thing is so bad on the website.
I have been asking for a better search on there for a while.
I feel like it looks up the stuff, and then after that, it's just like, here's things that are remotely in the general vicinity of what you said. At any rate, okay, so that basically brings people caught up, right? There's AI. It was originally supposed to be yours, although it's potentially interlaced with Yanyong technology. But now there's the threat that there is an actual AI that's independent of yours.
Yeah, I have played a bit around that with some things in MHC updates, but I haven't got a timeline for that yet.
Right. And this kind of sits as, like there's the powder keg that kind of is waiting for when it's ready, right?
Yeah. The powder keg may have expanded to include MHC. We don't know yet.
So where are you thinking about going with all this? And do you know how CCP feels about Tidebreak at all? That seems to be like
they
your
have
most,
been pointedly
glaring.
silent about it.
Yeah, that seems to be like your most
I think they would have said everything blew the fuck up if they thought I was out of line, because that would have fit within DZ's MO at least. Acknowledging you tried to do a thing, but no, it's all dead now.
But they haven't even. It sounds like they haven't even really talked about Eugales or Pegler since Tidebreak was operated. Which, I mean, I'm not saying that's them moving refusing to, but like that it just happens to be that they're focusing on other
Yeah,
things.
I think that the fact that I'm playing with things that they don't like to talk about, like the drop-up links, gives DZ a migraine. I don't actually know if that's true or not.
I've always felt that like this entire time CCP's been like, not yet. We're not ready to show off this stuff yet, you know, because of the shooter and stuff. But we'll have to see how this develops. And of course, you know, if we do get any more development, it will be covered on this show. But yeah, I really appreciate you coming on and walking us through the entire timeline of the Eugales situation, because
and a lot of this is still just surface level runovers. I encourage people that are really curious to dig through the actual timeline itself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally. And the other thing, like, I can't stress enough, like, how big of a deal it is, to me at least, that, like, you were able to come here and be like, I like this system. It's cool. And you made it into something. Like, you for real. Like, not you, but I mean, like your group's collective effort basically took a system that was just another system in New Eden, and now it is potentially, like, set up to be a pivotal plot point in the future on the level of, like, Intaki or Turner or Othanoon or something. So that's one of the things I really like about EVE Online, and I can't get enough of. But so I guess let's return back to the core question, which is like, having done all of this, where does player canon end and CCP's canon begin? Do you have any thoughts on that at all? Is there a difference? Uh-oh. I broke her. You there? You might be muted and coughing.
Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. I muted myself.
Okay.
No, we knew it would happen at least once.
It was a good time to not respond. It was an excellent question to not respond to.
So where does player canon and CCP canon begin and end?
Yeah.
Or is there a difference? Yes, but actually no.
The thing is, I think that the problem with understanding what is CCP canon and what is player canon is that this is something that gets kind of determined retroactively.
Yeah. And generally, this is an opinion. This is not officially CCP supported one way or another, but have fun writing something. Don't be afraid to make mistakes, and CCP will usually nod at you having fun.
Right. And that is actually the question that I was wanting to lead into, which is like, if somebody who's here is watching this, like, do you have any advice for anybody who wants to add their story? Because, like, this isn't just you interacting with something that's already happening, right? Like a lot of the Potchman stuff is. Like, even as much as, like, I like to praise Dutch Gunner and stuff like that, he was working with stuff that was already happening, and he's like, I'm going to also poke at it. But, like, you went like, I'm going to make a story, and you just kept telling your story until it got picked up on and developed. So for someone who has a story that wants to tell in New Eden, do you have any advice for them?
There's going to be a lot of points where you're going to be incredibly demoralized and feel like not a lot of people are noticing that you're writing something, especially if you're writing it to have fun with other people. That's okay. Just keep writing what you enjoy writing. Like, as long as you're not trying to say you're assassinating the Empress of the Amar Empire or something.
Right. Well, so, but you talk about all these discords and stuff where you converse with one another. Is there, I could see somebody who's new or something might see this as like an old boys club or something like that. Like, is there, like, how does somebody actually become one of the cool kids?
the secret, if someone tells you no, just keep doing what you're doing.
Well, but how does somebody get involved with like these discords?
But how do you
is
get
there a
involved with the
resource?
discords? So okay, that one specifically, I'm loath to call it the RP community necessarily. There are several RP communities, but the
Okay.
really big one generally is the Roleplayer's primary Discord. It has its issues. Acknowledging that, it's a great place to generally find and see other people doing things. You will also run into some people that have been around for a very long time and don't like shakeups to the status quo.
Right.
Don't be afraid to shake up the status quo, because sometimes that's exactly what's needed.
Yeah, I think that part of the problem is that, you know, as we kind of talked about earlier, a lot of the older people like kind of get their own idea of how things are going, and then when things don't go that way, it's almost like they just refuse to acknowledge that fact.
Something that I get really annoyed about is the shared setting as God. It's something that a lot of older RPers hold on to because we play in a shared setting, right?
Right.
And if something breaks the shared setting, then that breaks it for everyone, at least as the general wisdom would hold. But what they view as the shared setting isn't necessarily the setting. You know?
Right. Yeah, and that's the thing, is that everybody is contributing both as like on a meta level of like the people that are putting their brains together in order to kind of construct this virtual universe, but on the other hand, it's also characters in that virtual universe. And so to a
Exactly.
certain extent, someone's desire for things to be a specific way can actually be reflected as their character more than the player. And that is, again, like one of the things that I really think helps make Eve possible, which is that every time we interact with it, we're interacting it through the edifice of our character. Therefore, everything can always be written off as a capsuleer being crazy and saying stupid shit.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right. Well, do you have anybody that you want to bring additional focus to? You've brought up a lot of people during this time, or anything else you want to comment on?
I'd say if you really want some fun to play with, talk with Thaddeus about the Project Gwenon. But other people, definitely Golm does a lot of really funny, over-the-top stuff. It's always, whenever Golm posts something, whether it's as Golm Escolafe or Nina Escolafe, things are exploding in some fashion, and it's great. Additionally, definitely shout out Duke Shasta and, well, anyone that's ever contributed to the Eugales, the wider Eugales and other stories that I've been part of. Like, I thank you. I wouldn't be here talking about any of this without them.
Yeah, I mean, I will say straight up, you had to convince me that you weren't just a crazy person talking about why your particular pet theory was correct. But I think I've fully come around to your way of thinking when it comes to Eugales, at least for the most part.
We can disagree on some of the minutia.
But yeah, awesome. Any thoughts on the current operations with rogue drones and Upwell and the clone soldier stuff? And more importantly, does Lauralite have any thoughts on the current Arkhambine clone soldier developments?
Okay, the Arkhambine clone soldier developments I find very interesting as a player, and Laura and her association with the Bosena Accords generally view it as, oh, another competing standard to work around. Like I am strongly of the opinion, and some of the others, but not all of them, are of the opinion that Upwell and the Deathless are just throwing in more competing war clone standards. This is just power standards all over again.
I do want to point out. So I did find Thaddeus Riley
No,
Sharkey.
this is
was
Thaddeus
the one...
Ferran.
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is
yeah.
not. But
no. But earlier I was talking about when I was talking about the Othanoon situation, and I was like, I can't remember the news guy. It was this ASMR.
It
News.
was okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he did a lot of really good coverage of the Othanoon situation as that was developing.
Yeah. Not to be confused with Thaddeus Reynolds. That's the Bosnia Accords.
Y'all need to get your names straight.
Thaddeus Reynolds is spelled different, at least.
All right. Well, any other thoughts, comments, concerns? I've had you here for Jiminy Christmas, almost 5 hours. I do appreciate you sitting down with your bad throat and everything.
I mean, it could be worse. I've been recovering for a few days, so it's hopefully tomorrow I'll be better.
Well, I hope so. And of course, you're welcome to come onto my stream and tell me how wrong I am all the time, and we'll go back and forth about it. It'll be great. All right.
God, there's Thad with the thing.
There are 3 competing standards. Our combined makes another. There are 4 competing standards. Upwell makes another. There are 5 competing standards. Wait, hold on. So we have Eden Com, our combine. Well, our combine was already. Wait, hold on. Why is our combine a new standard?
Because they threw in with the Deathless. The Deathless standard is the Arcombine standard.
But like Arcombine was already being developed through like Mortis Legion's connections, even during like the Triglavian world, right? So.
But yeah, that also falls under Upwell before they split off and run with. So, publicly notable standard.
Well, fuck it. Either way, I think that should just about cover it, unless we have another rabbit hole to go down.
I am kind of terrified over the gravity manipulation stuff with the rogue drones because Glitter got some information, some gravity related information from rogue drones a while ago, and now I'm a little like. So just,
yeah,
I don't know if it's actually related, but maybe.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a lot of theories about like the rogue drones. You know, I have the theory that the rogue drones made the filaments, and so like gravitons being related to Stargate technology. We'll definitely have to be keeping a very close eye on what Upwell is doing. Are you on team it's just a Poco, or do you think it's something else?
Oh, that's I have opinions. The gravity skyhook thing bothers me. It bothers me. It bothers me, but at the same time, it makes sense because it's Upwell marketing. It's the latest Marvel from Upwell, but it's a gravity skyhook, which they already have on Athenors for pulling moon chunks.
Right.
Which also skyhooks and more permanent skyhook and orbital tether infrastructure would be more consistent and less volatile. I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole, but it's obviously marketed at capsuleer usage. I think it's something related to PI and planetary interactions.
Yeah.
I think there will be some tie-in with Vanguard, but I think it's primarily something PI related.
All right. Well,
but it bothers me, and there is going to be people that are going to try to say that it's the only way that you should do things because it's shown in game.
Well, I mean, and that's the thing is that like CCP is working more and more and more to make things happening in game, and I really do appreciate that. So whatever it ends up being, I think it's a pretty cool development. But we'll keep an eye on that. But I think that that's about it for today. Thank you so much for coming on, Lauralite.
It's been interesting. It's been interesting.
It's been a pleasure. And thank you guys all for checking this out. It has been a long one. If you're still here, thank you so much for sticking with it. Make sure to like the video if you found anything of value to it. Comment down below if there's any questions that you have for Lauralite. I'll make sure to bug her until she at least knows about it. And you know, we'll keep an eye on this and probably have her on later on when there's more to talk about. But with all that said, I've been Ash Rothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put even to context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you all for coming, checking out the stream, liking, commenting, subscribing, supporting as many people do by becoming a member for just $1 a month. But all that said, I've been Ash Rothi, the voice of New Eden, and until next time, I'll see you in space.
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city